amendment deals with the safety of children who are not as protected today as they will be once it's passed, we believe that the proper procedure is to amend the bill on the floor, allow it to pass here today, we hope, and then have the Senate adopt the House version. So, with all due respect, given the reason for this amendment, given the necessity of protecting our children, our view is that it should go forward on the floor today, especially given how simple it is. It simply takes K through 12 and expands it to pre-K through 12. It does nothing else.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will appeal to my chairman of the Education Committee. Many times when we have bills come to the Education Committee, we're all asked one question. Do you promise that if the amendment substantially changes the bill, will you bring it back to Education Committee? Now, we haven't done that in a while, but I remember many years, Mr. Chairman, when we've asked myself and other members of the committee, if the amendment substantially changed. I was asked this year in a committee, Education Committee, said, if you see your bill on the floor get substantially changed, will you agree to bring it back to Education Committee? And I agreed. And I understand, but this is a substantial change from the original bill that you filed.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But for the fact that the subject matter of this amendment arises out of one of the worst days in our community's history, in our state's history, I would agree. But in our view, we need to move today to act to protect children in private schools pre-K through 12. Right now, the statute as written does not provide the protection that we could provide by passing this bill today.
Representative Love.
Mr. Speaker, to the sponsor, when will the bill take effect according to the legislation?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. July 1, 2023.
Representative Love.
Barring some emergency, we will be out of here before May or June. I promise you, you will have enough time for this to go into effect, even if we go back to the Education Administration Committee next week.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're here today. The bill is simple. The amendment itself is simple. Respectfully, we see no need to delay this.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. There's a motion on the table. Can we vote on the motion?
No, we're discussing it unless someone calls the question.
Okay, I'll call the question.
Well, you can't do it after you spoke, unfortunately. So you'd have to be back on the list. Representative Pearson.
You can put me back on the list.
Yes, sir.
And I think anything that's dealing with guns in our school or adding more security resource officers to school, whether you're expanding that K through 12 or pre-K through 12, that not only deserves to go through the committee process, it really needs to have public input as well. And sliding things in, treating different members who have legislation to remove two words differently than representatives who are here adding completely new amendments that I look and try to read, but I haven't seen it yet either, is unfair, and it's not that difficult of an ask.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do wish to correct one of my responses to my friend from Davidson County. This bill, HB 306, takes effect upon becoming law. It does not take until July 1, 2023 to provide this additional protection for children in private schools in pre-K through 12. That fact weighs in favor of having it attached to the bill today and voted on today on its substance.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to see you today. I was going to ask the representative, I did not sit on the committee of subject matter regarding this bill today, but Because of the subject matter associated with this bill, I wondered if you had an opportunity to further clarify the physical fitness, the physical participation form for doctors to provide students with a physical before they could participate in these athletics. You seen that form?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Williams, if you could ask me that question one more time, please.
Representative Williams.
Yes, sir. I was trying to slow talk there for a minute. Every student that participates in TSSAA sports has to provide their athletic department or their school a physical fitness evaluation form, which is filled out and signed by their doctor or their family doctor, pediatrician. Have you seen this form?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have not.
Representative Williams.
Thank you. The reason for this is because the question is because I don't sit in this committee of subject matter, but I did receive a call from a concerned parent in my district regarding the support of your bill or this subject matter. But I did notice the TSSAA form, even though your bill clarifies that a male, biological male plays in a male sporting event, and a female plays in a biological female sporting event. This form on TSSAA's website asks, how do you identify your gender? And it gives you three choices: female, male, or other. I guess the question for me is that it may behoove us to want to deal with this issue as it relates to this application form as well, so that there's a consistency between your bill and that application form as it relates to how students participate in sports. That being said, was there any discussion in the committee about these forms for TSSAA?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, there was no discussion of that form. I did discuss the bill with representatives of the TSSAA and understood that they were comfortable with the bill. In fact, it was their suggestion that led to subsection B of the bill. And I'll point out that the bill actually operates on private schools. It does not operate on TSSAA. It simply has a requirement that a student at a private school who participates in an interscholastic athletic activity that requires membership in TSSAA have students participate in accordance with the student's biological sex.
Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And sponsor members, please forgive me. I had to step out and came in late. So if this point was already made, we literally have talked about making children and safety a priority this morning. And if I'm not mistaken, we literally just put an amendment on a bill earlier that was Chairman White's that did not come through the committee process. It was a bill that prioritized the safety and protection of children, so we made an exception. I actually had a conversation with my colleagues about voting against it because it didn't come through the committee process, and the point was made, this is about children, this is about children, protecting children. So I voted for and appreciate the amendment. This is the exact same thing. We can't do for one and not do for the other. This is about protecting children. I usually never vote for these, but I will vote for this because it is about children. Thank you for bringing it.
Representative Dixie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of questions. You said the amendment, it just expands from kindergarten to pre-K, correct?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Representative Dixie.
You said this was pertaining to your district. How many standalone pre-K schools do you have in your district?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, unfortunately, I do not know the answer to that question.
Representative Dixie.
So I guess my point is making that most pre-Ks are attached to a kindergarten. And if you don't know how many schools this is going to impact, I think that we should go back to research that so we make sure that we understand how many schools this would impact, if this is even needed, because if there aren't any pre-K standalone schools and they're attached to kindergarten schools or K through 4th grade or 5th grade, then I feel like there's no need for this amendment because we're already covered.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill, if passed, obviously would protect students across the state, not just in any particular county. So how many pre-Ks there are across the state does not, to me, appear to be a material issue. The fact of the matter is that the bill very clearly will extend protections to pre-K that are currently in law for kindergarten through 12. Whether that amendment benefits 50 schools, 100, or 1,000 is not, in my view, respectfully, a material point.
Representative Dixie.
Okay, I may have been mistaken, but I thought that I heard that you brought this because you said there was an issue in your district. If I misheard, I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, you did not mishear anything. That was the immediate reason that the bill was brought when it was, because the concern was raised by a school, a pre-K through 12 school that was in our district.
Representative White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the sponsor, thank you for such a great bill. But as Chair of the Education, I would like to ask that let's just bring it back. We've gone through this before. Let's bring it back. We'll fix it, put it right back, throw it back on the floor in a few days. So I would like to ask that you do that for the body.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the request of the chairman of the Education Administration Committee, for whom I have tremendous respect, I would request that we have the bill sent to the Education Administration Committee, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Any objection to send back to Education Administration full? Without objection, so ordered. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 36 by Representative Hardaway and others relative to charter schools.
Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 36 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hardaway moves passage, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment rewrites the bill, so I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman White moves adoption of amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Ms.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hardaway, you are recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Last session, we passed legislation to ensure that schools and districts were held harmless from student data that was generated during the COVID pandemic. This bill clarifies that hold harmless and ensures that charter schools aren't forced to close because the priority lists that were run as students are still recovering from the incredible impact, negative impact of the COVID pandemic learning loss. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Hardaway renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Parkinson, you are recognized.
And Mr. Speaker and members, I want to show you that I would never let a personal issue mess with a good bill that would be good for people. I would never do that. And you are absolutely lucky that this bill affects a school in my district, because I would roast you right here. But I'm not going to be petty and do what petty people do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hardaway, you anything except maybe renew that motion?
I thank the representative for his comments. I renew my motion.
Representative Hardaway renews his motion. Any discussion further on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 36 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Moon eye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 83, 7 nays, 2 present on voting.
House Bill 36, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion reads series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 750 by Representative Powell relative to reserve studies. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0863.
Representative Powell moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 863, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 863 on third and final consideration.
Representative Powell moves passage of Senate Bill 863 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's contained in Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 2. Mr. Speaker, it's also contained in Senate Amendment 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Let's just repeat that withdrawal, Mr. Speaker. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill amends the Tennessee Condo Act to require the Board of Directors for condo associations to conduct a reserve study every 5 years. A reserve study is a financial planning tool. It informs condo owners of the condition and life expectancy of common elements so they can reserve maintenance and replacement costs and avoid special assessments for repair costs. Special assessments unfairly burden condo owners living in the community at the time of the assessment because it requires them to pay for costs beyond their period of ownership. The bill includes several key provisions. They're all included in the House bill. Any association that has already conducted a reserve study since January 1st, 2020 will get credit for it and will count 5 years from any study after that date. The information in the reserve study must be made available to all condo owners. Any board overseeing common elements less than $10,000 in aggregate value is exempt. Single condos are exempt. Any condo whose board is appointed by the board and controlled by the developer is excluded. The board must review reserves annually for adequacy. It's an important protection for condo owners so they have information to protect their investments and avoid unexpected repairs and assessments. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Powell renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 863, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Has any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 87, 1 nay, 2 present on voting.
Senate Bill 863, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reads series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes the regular calendar.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Unfinished business.
Unfinished business. We're doing the bill. Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, a couple of procedural issues here under unfinished business. There are some bills that did not make Government Operations Committee that should have this week, and in discussion with the Democratic leader, there's no objection. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bills 1,380, 942, 1,317, 348, and 566 be heard in the Government Operations Committee next week.
You've heard the motion. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This next one is self-explanatory, and it is in agreement with the Democratic leader. Mr. Speaker, I move to return Senate Joint Resolution 234 to the Senate for further consideration.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Mitchell, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With consultation of both leaders, I move that the rules be suspended for immediate introduction and consideration of HJR 514.
Mr. Clerk, read the caption.
House Joint Resolution 514 by Representative Mitchell, resolution to commemorate Copperhead Road by Steve Earle on the designation as a state song of Tennessee.
You've heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, the rules are suspended. Representative Mitchell.
I move adoption of HJR 514.
Representative Mitchell moves adoption of House Joint Resolution 514. Probably seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of House Joint Resolution 514 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. I hereby declare it adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have some messages from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House SJR 234 for further consideration.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, members, I made a mistake on where to send Senate Joint Resolution 234. Without objection, we will undo our actions on Senate Joint Resolution 234. Leader Lambert, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a few moments ago, a member agreed to have his bill sent back to education. And with that, I move that House Bill 306 be heard in the Education Administration Committee next week.
You've heard the motion. Are there any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert. Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I move to return Senate Joint Resolution 234 to the Senate for further consideration.
Without objection, so ordered. Now, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have a message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House Bill 1306, substitute for Senate bill on same subject, amended and passed by the Senate.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House Bill 644, substitute for the Senate bill on the same subject, amended and passed by the Senate.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House Bill 988, substituted for the Senate bill on the same subject, amended and passed by the Senate.
Monday's message calendar. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House Bill 1342, substitute for the Senate bill on the same subject, amended and passed by the Senate.
Monday's message calendar. Representative Dixie, for what purpose?
I know I'm out of order, but I would just like to thank Representative Caleb Hemmer for buying some pizza for while we were waiting here, because I know we're here a little bit longer than we normally are. So thank you, Representative Hemmer.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules to allow Representative Justin Jones, Representative Gloria Johnson, and Representative Justin Pearson 20 minutes in such members' opening remarks on the resolution that contains their name in the caption, and that if requested, their attorneys be allowed to make remarks during that same 20 minutes, and that the members named be allowed 5 minutes in closing remarks.
That's a proper motion, proper seconded. Any objection? No objection, so ordered. Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to suspend the rules for this purpose. Members, those that can hear my voice, today in the People's House, we had 29 bills on the calendar, 29 bills that were debated. Everyone had an opportunity to speak, but most importantly, we had 29 bills, some were in that well that were Democrats, some in this well that were Republicans. Today, our republic worked. Today, the gallery was able to watch and stand, watch us do our work. It worked today. That's what's supposed to happen on this House floor when we debate legislation. We hear each other We don't hear the hate. We don't hear the vitriol. It worked today. It can work for the future. 1 week ago, Mr. Speaker, it didn't work. 1 week ago, we had members take it upon themselves to rush the well and stop the people's business. People will say that when they speak or when they can't speak under the permanent house of order here in the people's house, that somehow that suppresses their word. It didn't happen today. And what happened 1 week ago is that members that shut the order of this institution down silenced 7 million people. Today, I have a motion to suspend the rules to allow the video depicting the events occurring on March 30th, 2023 to be played in the chamber at this time. I so move.
That's a proper motion, proper seconded. Any objection? All right, there's objection. That means we are voting. Members, just so you know, the vote to overcome the objection is 66 votes, just so you know. It's not a simple majority. Representative Parkinson.
Mr. Speaker, with this motion he's making, is we talking about the entire video? What portion of the video? What are we talking about?
That would be a question for Representative Garrett. Representative Garrett.
This is a 7-minute video of the public's video of all the action that took place on the floor.
But there's objection. Representative Johnson from Knox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that what we're talking about here in the resolution against me is about what happened on this House floor. So I would assume we would keep that video to the House floor.
Was that a point of order, or is that a question, or just a statement? You started by saying point of order.
It's what I want to say.
Okay. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is, first of all, we had no prior notice of this motion to suspend the rules. Second of all, we are looking at a piece of evidence here is what has been proposed to play in this body. It has, from what I understand, it is a selective portion of a bigger picture. It does not encapsulate what happened to those poor children. It does not encapsulate what happened outside this building. It did not encapsulate or contain what the footage is from outside this chamber. We want to choose 7 minutes of what? I don't know what events that transpired is he referring to, is the sponsor referring to. So my question is, what 7 minutes? Why only 7 minutes, or why not 3 minutes? I think we need more explanation on this matter.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the video will speak for itself.
Chairman Clemens.
Mr. Speaker, this is completely out of order. This is completely unorthodox. The people who are the subject of this resolution have been refused the video, access to the video. We do not know if it's selectively edited. We do not know what 7 minutes we're talking about here. I mean, if we're going to have due process or something resembling due process, I think it's only fair for not only the people who are subject to expulsion, but also the leaders at the very least to be given a heads up as to what this video is, shown the video in advance, and let us prepare for this. We have at least one member who is represented by counsel. Counsel has not seen this video in preparation for this defense. So, Mr. Speaker, if we are going to maintain some semblance of fairness here, then by all means, I would ask that we vote against this motion to suspend the rules, because I don't know what they have chosen. I don't know what the video is. I don't even know if the video contains any depiction of the people subject to the resolution. How do we even know if it's relevant? If we start off in this manner, this is going to go downhill really quickly. I do not want to set this precedent, and I think in all fairness, I understand some of you may already have your mind made up, but you would expect fairness if you were in this position. Every one of us expects fairness. There are property interests at stake here. There are seats. There are 200,000 individuals who are seeking asylum, and to be blindsided by a selective video that I've never seen, I've never heard about, the defendants of this matter have never even heard about, it's highly unorthodox. It's highly inappropriate. It's highly prejudicial, and we don't even know if it's relevant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. It was a proper motion, proper second. There was discussion. There is objection. Oh, that's right. So we're on discussion on whether or not to suspend the rules to allow the viewing of the video. That's where we're at. And so right now, that's where we are. It's a proper motion, proper second. It's before us. There's objection. We're discussing it. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we deserve, at the very least, I maintain my objection, but we at least need a description of what the video entails before people vote so they actually have an idea of what they're voting on. We don't know. So I would ask the sponsor of this motion again to describe what is in the video that we're seeing, whether it's edited, whether it's selectively edited, whether it contains the subjects of the resolutions or does not. Please, we need some information here before we vote so that we can vote in an informed manner. And I know Representative Mitchell, Representative Towns, and others have questions as well.
Appreciate you calling their names. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to get back to the motion at hand directly. The motion says, I move to suspend the rules to allow video depicted events occurring on March 30th, 2023 to be played in the chamber at this time. While there may be one member that has a video ready, the motion itself is to suspend the rules to allow video. If others have video that is ready, then that is a road we can obviously go down. But the motion is to allow video depicted events occurring. So I understand the objections, but I, for one, would like to see whatever video. So before I vote on any motion for expulsion, that I can see video of exactly what occurred on this House floor. I was here that day. Most of us were here that day. But if there is video of exactly what occurred here, I may want to see it during our debate as to definitely what to do. And I, for one, have not made my mind up yet. So I would like to look at the video, listen to the debate, and make a determination at that time.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, folks, this is more or less a trial. So what we're doing right here is we're presenting evidence to the jury before we know whether it's prejudicial or not, which is totally unfair to the defense. From my understanding, the three individuals have not been allowed the video from the leadership. Now, how is that fair when you will not let the people that you're trying to expel have a fair defense, when you won't even let them have the video, but you're willing to show a video that you haven't even allowed the defense to see? You're going to show it to the jury, and the defendants are going to see it at the same time for the first time that the jury sees it. How is that fair? You know, not just the folks in this room are watching, not just the folks in this state are watching, but the entire nation is watching us today. So if you want to go down this road and show the entire nation just how things work here, just go right ahead. Or let's pretend to be fair one time and do the right thing. Thank you.
Representative Towns.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm also troubled by what I'm hearing on this House floor today. I've been there a very long time. I've seen a lot of activity, good and bad, especially during the time
of the income tax invasion against the state income tax during the state. There was quite a bit going on, and quite a bit was done and was said. But what we're doing today is seemingly we're selecting a video to be shown that's going to obviously show the harshest side where the emotions were inflamed and high. Now, what that's going to do, members, is this. We're 1 week removed from that. What you're getting ready to experience is you're getting ready to re-sensitize yourself to how you felt that day. The purpose of leaving and coming back is where we should have cooled off, better judgment, cooler heads prevail. But if you're showing a video where we were in the thrust and the heat of what was happening that day, you're going to go right back to how you felt that day. Now, that does not give these men and women a chance, an even chance, because you have those same feelings that you had then. It's a done deal. It's a stacked deal. It's a done deal. That's not fair. That is not fair. And then they have counsel, and they didn't know anything about it. That's called an ambush. Sneaking behind the bush and hitting somebody in the head with a brick. That's not fair. We shouldn't do our members like that, because these members have been sitting here by people of the state of Tennessee. Fair is fair, and fair when it ain't fair is wrong. We attempted to sensitize members to make them feel just how they felt last Thursday. That's not right, and you all know it's not right. Why? You have the numbers, you have the vote. Why do that? Why would we do that? Go down that road. Give them a fair chance. Give everybody a fair chance. Treat them like members, whether you like them or not. Giving them an opportunity to defend themselves fairly, but not with their hands tied behind their back, not with duct tape on their mouths. They can't fight for themselves. Nobody likes a stacked deck. Nobody likes to be treated unfairly. If you whip them fair and square, if you whip a man fair and square, you'll shake your hand. But you build resentment when you don't do it fairly. You build resentment. You have the numbers. Treat them right in a fair process. And that's not too much to ask. That's demanding fair treatment, as I would for you and anybody on this House floor. You treat people right, not because you have the bigger gun, the bigger muscles, or the most money. You treat people right. And they're not being treated right now because it's ambushing them. They don't know how to fight and develop their strategy to retort what's going to be said on this House floor. And I know many of you are very close and personally, and I know that you're good people and you know how to do things the right way. Don't stack the deck. This comes back to haunt us. This comes back to hunt every member on this House floor. Untie their hands. Allow them to fight for themselves. Do what's right, members. We don't need to see that video. That video, we don't need to see today, because you're going to make everybody upset again. And that's the goal of it, the only goal it could be. Some members probably cooled off and want to do something different. But when you see that damn thing, you're going to have a problem. That's not right. Treat my members fairly. Treat everybody fairly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Garrett, okay. Chairman Clemens was next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to get to the authentication of this video. We need to know who made it, who edited it, why was it not provided to leadership. The authenticity of this recording is certainly in question, and is certainly at the very least necessary before we introduce it into evidence, so to say, in this hearing, to the extent we're going to have any due process on this floor at all today. So my questions to the sponsor would again be, as a fellow attorney, would you please authenticate this video, speak to who recorded it, who edited it, and why was it not provided to leadership?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And understand all your comments, questions. All of us were eyewitnesses of what happened to the people's well. Every single one of us. This video is going to depict the events that took place that day and the members' response to same. There's nothing nefarious. There's nothing that's been edited in a way other than what happened and depicted that day. So with that, ask for your support so this body can see what it took to overcome this well.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the sponsor of this motion just said, everybody witnessed what happened that day. So I'm, again, if everybody in here are the ones who get to vote on this, then why do we need the video? Everybody in here already saw it. Everybody lived through it. Everybody experienced it. So again, I've yet to hear a basis for admitting this into evidence with no authenticity provided whatsoever to support its admissibility on this floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. All right. Representative Pearson.
I'm going to call the question.
Question's been called. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board. We are voting on the objection. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 72, 23 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Previous question prevails. We are voting on the motion made by Representative Garrett. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 72, 24 nays, 2 present, not voting.
The motion prevails. Mr. Clerk, play the video.
And to each of you who've decided to make the fight for a better Tennessee possible. For you who've taken off from school and from work because you believe that our state can be better, because you believe that Cameron and his volunteers that are supported by the NRA don't have the final say for the future that we have. For you who believe in justice and advocacy and who believe in democracy, thank you. Because our fight is not over. I can tell you today we're going to win, but we're going to win. I can tell you the bill that we're going to pass that rolls waters like righteousness and justice like everyone, but it's going to come. And it's going to be because you choose to stand up. These folks are old, no offense. These folks are not going to last into the future that we create and craft together. But if we remain steadfast and unmovable, if we follow the leaders like Morgan and Justin, if we do not yield and do not quit, if we remain focused on our vision, which is that kids should go to school without worrying about dying. Teachers should go to classrooms without worrying about becoming sick. If we believe that this is the one that our democracy is built on. And it's too old to ask, do it not just today, but tomorrow and in the days to come. Surely justice will come. To the media, there comes a time when we have to do something out of the ordinary. That's why we're standing in the well today, occupying the well, because our colleagues refuse to listen to the people of Tennessee. You left us with no other choice. We asked you, what will we do? You ignored the calls of the people today. We don't want to be up here, but we have no choice but to find a way to get in the way and disrupt business as normal, because business as normal is our children dying. That's right. Business as normal is the proliferation of military weapons in our communities. That's right. And so will we do something today, colleagues? The choice is yours. The choice is yours. The people are asking us. That's right. That's right. I heard a great chant out there. Power to the people. 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 Not to the NRA. Not to our beliefs that allow us to be silent in the face of injustice. Power to the people who march, the people who speak up, the people who advocate. Power to you. And so we're not going anywhere. And they can take as long as they need. We'll be here. No justice, no peace. No action, 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 no peace. Whose house? Our house. 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 Gun control now. 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 We can't wait. We can't wait. We can do a gun control now. That's right. That's right. Again, thank you. 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 We can never quit. And truly, if we never quit, we can never lose. They bank on us quitting, getting tired, getting so weary in our well-doing that we don't act for justice anymore. We don't protest for justice anymore. We don't say anything against the status quo. That's what they're banking on. But each and every one of you are proof that we will not be silent. We will not be quiet. We will not be stopped in our pursuit. And so thank you for being here. Thank all of your colleagues for being here. You are being heard and listened to, and we will not quit.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
I think it's important that you note we have accountability and responsibility, and personally I have accountability and responsibility for what we did on Thursday. It broke House decorum. It did not follow the House's rules.
I know, and my colleagues, I believe, I don't want to speak for them, knew I was breaking a House rule.
Chairman Holsey, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of H.R. 65.
Chairman Holsey moves adoption of H.R. 65, properly seconded. Chairman. All right. Point of order by who?
Well, question.
We're on the resolution.
I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker, but I would like the clerk, if you could read what part of that video appeared to be recorded on the House floor. So could you read the rule in the permanent rules of order with regard to recording on the House floor by members?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, is the representative asking about the rule about members recording and live streaming the proceedings of the House?
Chairman Clemens.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Rule 2, no member or staff member of the House of Representatives shall record or live stream the proceedings of the House, a House committee, joint convention, or joint committee. The preceding sentence shall not apply during floor presentations under welcoming and honoring, or to any official recording or live stream produced, archived, and authorized for distribution by the General Assembly or House of Representatives.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you. So would a member who made that recording that was shown in that video have violated that rule?
Chairman Clemens. Sorry, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I believe at the time during those events, the House was in recess.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were not in recess, in fact, until much later. And if we were in recess, it would have been reflected on the video. I would argue that whoever made that recording was in direct violation of the permanent rules of order adopted by the House of Representatives. And so I think that point needs to be in the record, that we not only have failed to authenticate a video that was shown on this floor, we have failed to identify who recorded it. It obviously wasn't provided by anybody in the House Democratic Caucus because we don't know where it came from. So somebody across the aisle who sponsored this resolution or a party of this resolution broke House rules. So are we going to punish them as well today?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, if a member was recording the proceedings of this body while the House was in session, yes, they violated the House rules. Recordings made while the House was in recess would not be while the House was having proceedings. If a member felt that another member was recording during session in violation of the rules, they could have raised the point of order at the time of the violation.
Chairman Clemens. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So at this time, then, I would like to know the recorder of that video and if they would be willing to speak if they recorded that video during the recess. I think that's only appropriate for the record.
That's a question. I don't know who you're directing that to, but we were doing point of orders. Chairman Clemens.
Okay, well, then the point, if there's going to be a potential argument made that that recording was made by a member during recess, then wasn't also the behavior of my colleagues that was on the recording in recess? And how is that a violation of the rules?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that's the subject of these resolutions that is up for debate by the body, as to what infractions to the rules occurred and when.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Clerk. Well, that just goes to the matter of why we try to authenticate video before you admit it into evidence. You want to know the facts, who made it, when it was made, at what point it was made, who edited it, whatever happened. Also, the motion was inappropriate, and the motion didn't cover activities that took place off the floor, representatives. So half that video was shown against the rules of this House because it wasn't even encapsulated in or covered by the motion that was made to watch the video.
We'll check that to make sure. Hang on. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the motion was to have video of that day's events played in the chamber at this time.
Chairman Clemens.
I don't believe that was, if that was in fact the same motion, the press conference clips that were shown were not even made that same day. That was the next day. So here we have another violation of the rules. And we're not playing by the same rules in an even manner that's creating a fair process. Also, I'd like to raise a point of order that the ethics rules governing this House say that anyone who knowingly knows of someone who broke the House rules and doesn't report them has also violated a rule. So at this time, I'd like to know if anyone knows who violated that rule. Obviously, multiple people in this room saw this video before it came to the floor today, so you all know that someone knowingly broke the rules in the order of this House. So you have all violated the rules at this point, everyone who knows that that video exists at least. So again, the point of order is, are we going to expel everyone in this House that knows that video was made and by whom?
Yeah, I mean, Chairman Clemens, you would have to prove that that video was taken prior to the recess. There's people who believe that video was taken after the recess. So therefore, that would not be an ethics violation or against the House rules. If you would like to prove that that's otherwise, we can do that another time. But right now, we're currently are where we are. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. At this time, then, I think we should take a look at the House tape, the formal recording of this body, and see when that took place and as to whether or not that video did evidence a violation of the rules. I think that before we proceed today, I think that's 100% appropriate. Otherwise, also, if it does turn out that that entire thing took place during recess, then how did they break the rules if we were in recess? So we can't have it both ways, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Clemens, I believe the first of the videos showed that they did break rules by going to the well and showing that they were at the well, they were speaking, they pulled out a bullhorn and ruled out of order before there was a recess. That's what the first part of that video was that I saw. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But we also saw in that video that that recording was made by somebody on the House floor that is also questionably a violation of the House rules and ethics rules. And so anyone who knowingly knew about that or took that recording violated the House ethics rules. Therefore, at this time, I move to refer House Resolution 63, 64, and 65 to the House Select Committee on Rules.
That's proper motion, proper second. We are voting. All those in favor of moving House Resolutions 63, 64, and 65 to the House Select Committees on Rules, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 25, 73 nays.
Motion fails. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm concerned. I'm concerned about where we're going here because it seems like we're delving in or devolving into an abyss, a dark abyss here. And I've been here for 13 years now, and I've never seen this happen. And I've watched at least one member be expelled from this body, but I don't remember this body presenting any audio or any video or any text messages when they were expelling Jeremy Durham. But now we're presenting videos that appear to be extremely inconclusive or indicting on other members to bias the members or stoke emotion out of the membership. And I don't remember this happening before. And so I'm trying to figure out, why are we in this space? Why are we're creating a circus? And the eyes of the entire world right now are on this chamber. But we're off the top. From the very beginning, we are creating a circus, and it's embarrassing. This is embarrassing. The world is watching us, and they know that what just happened was unfair. They know that this didn't happen when Jeremy Durham was being expelled. He was given a shot to defend himself. But we are biasing all of the members in here with the way we're handling this and the way we are conducting ourselves. Let's be the leaders of our state. Let's lead, and let's lead with fairness. We as members here, all of the members, none of us deserve to be embarrassed worldwide. We are being embarrassed. So let's do this the right way. Let's lead like we should lead, and let's do this the right way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Clark, he asked a question about a previous expulsion. Can you share with him what evidence was submitted?
Mr. Speaker, there was, at the time, the Speaker appointed an ad hoc committee to file a report, to investigate and submit a report to the House. And that report was submitted to the House, and it was posted on the legislative website and distributed to all members. So there was an actual report submitted to the body.
President Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Clerk. Did we get that information with this video until sent to all of the members, just like that ad hoc committee did for Mr. Durham?
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Speaker, to my knowledge, I don't know who the video was sent to.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to your point, thank you for your point. I don't remember getting anything from an ad hoc committee. I don't remember getting any video from an ad hoc committee that gave us a chance to preface what was going to be said and stated on this House floor this morning. I feel ambushed. And so do many other members. We feel ambushed. And that's not right. Let's do this thing the right way so that we are not the circus that everyone is watching and talking about globally. That's all I'm asking.
All right, if it's a point of order, that's where we're at. Otherwise, we're taking up the resolution because that's where we are. So if you have a point of order, raise your hand. Representative Mitchell.
Yes, sir. Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to figure out, was it ever told to us who did the video, who made the video?
That's not a point of order. That's a question. That's not a point of order. Point of order is about the rules and the proceedings, not about the question of who did the video. Representative Mitchell.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. But if no one knows, I just got texted a picture of the person videoing. So if they would like to, well, they're not in their seat right now, but if they would like to just speak up and tell everyone they're the one who made the video, and they can tell us whether we were in recess or not. But I got pictures of it. If they don't want to, identify themselves on this floor.
I appreciate your point. I also appreciate the body saying how long it took us to get to recess, because I did hear that we went immediately to recess before they ever reached the well. So I do appreciate you at least admitting that they were in the well before I declared recess. Representative Mitchell.
I think you just said you called recess before they were ever in the well. Did you say that?
No, that's not what I said. What I said is you all have talked about, as a body, as members of the delegation about your members were in the well after recess. The video shows, and I appreciate you indicating now that they were in the well before the recess, because you're admitting that that video showed them in the well before recess. So I do appreciate that. Representative Mitchell.
Like you said, if you're talking about in the well, it also showed Mr. Lafferty videotaping them on this House floor.
All right, very good. Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of H.R. 65.
Chairman Holsey moves adoption of H.R. 65, properly second. Chairman Holsey. Chairman Holsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
House Resolution 65 by Chairman Holsey, a resolution to expel Justin Jones from his seat as a member of the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, elected by the 52nd Representative District. Whereas Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution provides that each House may determine the rules of its proceeding, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and with the concurrence of 2/3 expel a member, but not a second time for the same offense, and shall have all the other powers necessary for a branch of the legislature of a free state. And whereas all members of the House of Representatives must comply with the permanent rules of order of the Tennessee House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly, including preserving order, adhering to decorum, speaking only with recognition, not crowding around the clerk's desk, avoiding personalities, and not using props or displaying political messages. And whereas during the House floor session, 19th legislative day on March 30th, 2023, Justin Jones of Davidson County, along with Gloria Johnson of Knox County and Justin J. Pearson of Shelby County, did knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor to the House of Representatives through their individual and collective actions. And whereas at approximately 10:49 a.m., Representative Jones and his colleagues, having gathered at Representative Johnson's desk, moved in unison to the well and began shouting without recognition. And whereas once gathered in the well and called out of order, Representative Jones and his colleagues proceeded to disrupt the proceedings of the House of Representatives from approximately 10:50 a.m. until approximately 11:42 a.m. And whereas during this time, Representative Jones and his colleagues shouted, pounded the podium, led chants with citizens in the gallery, and generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, including refusing to leave the well, sitting on the podium, and utilizing a sign displaying a political message. And whereas during this time, Representative Jones and Representative Pearson used the bullhorn to amplify their protestations, and whereas these actions were done in open session in the presence of and in witness by the members and staff of the House of Representatives, whereas it appears to be satisfaction of this body that Representative Jones's conduct on March 30th, 2023 constitutes disorderly behavior and justifies expulsion. And whereas such disorderly behavior on the part of Representative Jones reflects adversely upon the integrity and dignity of the House of Representatives of the state of Tennessee, places a cloud upon the actions of this honorable body, and is inconsistent with the duty of a member of this body, and where it is deemed that the best interest of the people of the state of Tennessee and this body for Representative Jones to relinquish his seat as a member of the House of Representatives. And whereas Representative Jones has been given advance notice of the contents of this resolution and has been afforded the opportunity to debate the resolution on the floor of this House prior to its passage, now therefore be resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee that pursuant to the authority under Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution, this body hereby expels Justin Jones from his seat as a member of the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, elected by the 52nd Representative District for disorderly behavior occurring on March 30, 2023, and declares the 52nd Representative District seat vacant. Be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be prepared and forwarded to Justin Jones, the legislative body of Davidson County, the Honorable Bill Lee, Governor of the State of Tennessee, and the Honorable Trey Hargett, Secretary of State.
Representative Jones, you have 20 minutes for your opening, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The world is watching Tennessee. The world is watching Tennessee. Because what is happening here today is a farce of democracy. What is happening here today is a situation in which the jury has already publicly announced the verdict. Just yesterday, the House Speaker took to national news to condemn us and call for expulsion before any evidence was presented, before any trial happened. And so what we see today is just a spectacle. What we see today is a lynch mob assembled to not lynch me, but our democratic process. But it will not stand, because no lie can live forever. Colleagues, the video you showed a few moments ago, I want to say thank you, because it showed for the world the ridiculousness of the claims that what we were doing merit the ultimate punishment of expulsion. Mr. Speaker, I represent 78,000 people. And when I came to the well that day, I was not standing for myself, but I was standing for my constituents. And the thousands of Tennesseans gathered in this Capitol demanding that this body act. But most particularly, I was standing for those young people. Those young people, many of whom come from my district, many of whom can't even vote yet, many of whom are disenfranchised, but all of whom are terrified by the continued trend of mass shootings plaguing our state and plaguing this nation. And so that is why I walked up to the well. I walked up to the well because you were pushing my people back. We brought a megaphone because you cut our people off and you cut their representatives off from the microphone time after time after time after time after time again. And there comes a time where people get sick and tired of being sick and tired. And so my colleagues, I say that what we did was act in our responsibility as legislators to serve and give voice to the grievances of people who have been silenced. Article 2, Section 27 says that any member of the House, any member of the Senate has a right to dissent from and protest against legislation that they know to be injurious to the people. The inaction of this body when it comes to the crisis of mass shootings is injurious to the people. The obedience of this body to special interest groups like the NRA is injurious to the people. The proliferation of guns that you promote in this state is injurious to the people. And so we had no other choice but to get our dissent marked for the journals. The next day, I was shocked to get messages, shocked to get copies of articles that House Speaker Cameron Sexton went on national television to lie to the world and say that what happened in this well was an insurrection. What happened out in those halls was an insurrection. I was shocked to have the Speaker of the House condemn mothers and children and grandmothers and parents and concerned citizens, clergy, lie on them and say that they were violent insurrectionists. And I think that he owes the people of Tennessee an apology. Because at no point was there violence. At no point did we encourage violence. In fact, what we were doing was calling for the end of gun violence that is terrorizing our children day after day after day, and all we offer are moments of silence. It is in that spirit of speaking for my constituents, of being a representative of the people, that I approached this well on last Thursday, breaking a House rule, but exercising moral obedience to my constitutional responsibility to be a voice for my people, to be a voice for the Tennesseans who you choose not to listen to because of those NRA checks that are so hefty in your campaign funds. There comes a time where people get sick and tired of being sick and tired. And so I came as a representative to this well. And so today, we are brought to here, where members are responding in the most extreme measure, not because of what we did, but because by breaking the quorum, we broke the glass of your false power for the world to see. We broke the glass of this chamber that someone called sacred. One of the members on the other side of the aisle was in tears and said, "I've never seen such a breach of this sacred chamber." And I thought to myself, that representative has obviously never read history. Because is it in this chamber, if you walk around this Capitol, you'll see bullet holes when representatives got into conflict. You'll see duels take place on this House floor, debating whether people like me should be treated like equal citizens under law. This is not a temple. This is a place where we're supposed to wrestle for our democracy and wrestle ideas and give voice to 78,000 constituents each of us represents. But for so long, this body, drunk with power, has modeled for the world what we know as nothing less than authoritarianism. And today is the climax of that behavior. That a week after a mass shooting plagued our community, the most direct action this legislative body takes, or should I say my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are taking, is to expel us for speaking about the issues of weapons of war on our streets. We called for you all to ban assault weapons, and you respond with an assault on democracy. That is why the nation is watching you today. And I say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that no matter what you vote, you have the votes, but you will not be victorious, because there are generations of young people who see what is going on. There are young people that as you try and beat us down, they are rising up to take back this state from the extreme forces that have sought to take away the democratic process, the deliberative process. On last Thursday, when thousands gathered here, tried to silence members from talking about the issue of gun violence because they were afraid that a conversation would remind people that there is complicity of this body in what happened at Covenant Elementary School. The truth be told, colleagues, Covenant Elementary School was not the first mass shooting in Nashville. I represent a part of Nashville. And one of my constituents, who I don't know is in this chamber, Ms. Brooks, lost her son, Akila, in that mass shooting that occurred at the Waffle House in Antioch. And after that massacre, we demanded that this body act, but once again, you turned a blind eye and closed your ears and put your head in the sand and refused to listen to the voice of the people. Refused to listen to the voice of the people. And so once again, it was in that spirit of a representative for people who have time after time after time been silenced that I approached this well. And now this body who showed the video of what occurred, no violence, no death threats, but simply saying that until we have action, there will be no peace or safety in our communities. And how do my colleagues respond? They respond with the most extreme measure of expulsion, which has only taken place 3 times in this House. Only 3 times in over 200 years have there been members of the House of Representatives expelled. The first case was in 1866. 6 members were expelled for refusing to confer citizenship on formerly enslaved persons. Then in 1980, 1 member was expelled for taking a $1,000 bribe to kill a bill on committee. In 2016, 1 member who many of you served with was expelled for 22 counts of sexual harassment. And now what you're doing with this prejudged expulsion resolution is saying that our actions were on par and equivalent with those egregious Some would say criminal activities that occurred. But the truth be told, that when we approached this well, we broke no laws. We committed no felonies. We did not abuse the power of our office. We were simply trying to gain a voice for our constituents. And so this is not about expelling us as individuals. This is your attempt. This is your attempt. This is your attempt to expel the voice of the people from the people's house. And it will not be successful. It will not, look around, it will not be successful. Because your overreaction, your flexing of false power has awakened a generation of people who will let you know that your time is up. Let's talk about expulsion. For years, one of your colleagues who was an admitted child molester sat in this chamber. No expulsion. One member sits in this chamber who was found guilty of domestic violence. No expulsion. We had a former speaker sit in this chamber who is now under federal investigation. No expulsion. We have a member still under federal investigation. No expulsion. We had a member pee in another member's chair in this chamber. No expulsion. In fact, they're in leadership. In the governor's administration. And so once again, what you're saying to us, since you're trying to put us on trial, I'll say what you're really putting on trial is the state of Tennessee. What you're really showing for the world is holding up a mirror to a state that is going back to some dark, dark roots. A state in which the Ku Klux Klan was founded, is now attempting another power grab by silencing the two youngest black representatives and one of the only women, Democratic women in this body. That's what this is about. Let us be real today. Let us be real today. Colleagues, there's another part of this. This extreme measure is a violation twofold, because it also is an attempt to silence and undo the will of over 200,000 Tennesseans whom the three of us represent. Your extreme measure is an attempt to subvert the will of voters who democratically elected us as representatives to speak and to passionately fight for them. When I entered into this chamber, many members said, "What will you do with this supermajority?" I said, "We will fight for you. We will not bow down simply because they have numbers, because we know that we are on the right side of history and that this body is not the ultimate say. That this is not a palace or a frat house or the Belmead Country Club, but that this is the people's house. And so when we came into this well to say, I see you, I'm with you, the people of the state, we are standing with you. We were saying, this is the people's house. And we will not bow down. Somebody said they were shouting on the floor. They were shouting on the floor. And it reminded me of a scripture from Genesis that said, the blood cried out. The blood cried out. That's what we were saying. There's scripture that says, if we are silent, the stones will shout out. That's why we were shouting. No action, no peace. No action, no peace. No action, no peace. Let's talk about the power grab. This is unprecedented, not just for our state, but it's the reason why states across this nation are sending letters condemning this body. The White House is talking about what's happening in this body because what Tennessee is doing is a power grab of ousting 3 lawmakers, your colleagues, simply because you have the numbers to do it. If I didn't know this was happening to us, and I read the news, 3 opposition legislators expelled from the legislature, I would think that this was another nation. But no, it is Tennessee showing to the world that democracy is no more. That simply because of gerrymandered districts and voter suppression, you have stolen the people's house and think that you are ultimate authority. Whereas, during the House floor session on March 30th, 2023, Justin Jones of Davidson County, along with Gloria Johnson of Knox and Justin Pearson of Shelby County, did knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor to the House of Representatives through their individual and collective actions. Mr. Speaker, how can you bring dishonor to an already dishonorable House? How can you bring disorder to a House that is out of order, where the Speaker refuses to let representatives elected to speak for their people even be heard? How do you bring dishonor and disorder to a chamber that does not follow decorum, due process, constitutional rights, or the rules that they enact themselves? There is no equal application of law or rules as we see in this chamber, as we saw today. But it depends on who you know. It depends on if you have a certain letter by your name. It depends on if you have the supermajority. That does not sound like democracy to me. Many members counseled and said, perhaps you should come here and plead mercy. Perhaps you should come here and say, we throw ourselves at your mercy. That we should be ashamed of what we did and hold our heads down low. But what we did was the only logical thing to do after a session defined by extreme silencing of representatives of this body. A session defined by multiple moments in which the attempt to even bring up gun violence was immediately out of order.
That was your 20 minutes. Representative Garrett, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your comments, Representative Jones. I've got several questions. And first, I'd like to know that the questions I'm going to ask today, will you be able to answer them specifically?
Representative Jones.
Yes.
Representative Garrett.
Isn't it true that approximately at 10:49 last Thursday, Representative Johnson, Representative Pearson, and you gathered at Representative Johnson's desk at approximately 10:49 last Thursday?
Representative Jones.
Yes, as we frequently gather at her desk because it's in the corner of the room.
Representative Garrett.
You, Representative Johnson, and Representative Pearson then moved in unison to the well of the House, correct?
Representative Jones.
Are you saying at that time, or are you saying it in general?
Representative Garrett.
At that time, you moved in unison with Representative Johnson and Representative Pearson to the well, isn't that correct?
Representative Jones.
I'm not sure at a certain time, but we did walk together.
Representative Garrett.
At approximately 10:49 a.m. that day, on Thursday, you walked from Gloria Johnson's desk, Representative Johnson's desk, with Representative Pearson to the well, correct?
Representative Jones.
This question has been asked and answered, but I'll answer it again. I'm not sure of the particular time. I want to be factual. Unlike this resolution, I want to make sure I have the facts correct. And so I cannot say the exact time, but I can say maybe around that time we walked over together.
Representative Garrett.
You, Representative Johnson, Representative Pearson, then began from the well shouting without recognition. Is that correct?
Representative Jones.
We began shouting after repeatedly being denied recognition.
Representative Garrett.
At that time that you approached the well, did you have recognition from the Speaker of the House to speak at the well?
Representative Jones.
And I also want to say that I just want to speak for myself. I don't want to speak for my other colleagues, and so I'll speak for myself that after repeatedly being denied, I did shout with the people in the chambers and offer solidarity to the people calling for an end to mass shootings and the proliferation of firearms in our community.
Representative Garrett.
So you and other members, the two members referenced before, gathered in the well, and the Speaker gavelled you out of order. Isn't that correct?
Representative Jones.
And again, I'm not going to speak for my colleagues, but I'll say that I entered this well and shouted with the young people pleading for their lives, calling for us to act on gun violence after repeatedly being denied recognition by Speaker Cameron Sexton.
Representative Garrett.
Then do you deny that you were in the well and Speaker Sexton gavelled you out of order?
Representative Jones.
From my recollection, the Speaker gavelled out of order, recess almost instantaneously when we approached this well. And as you said in that video, much of what occurred on that video that Justin Lafferty took was not while we were in session, but it was after the Speaker, within about 10 seconds, gavelled a recess. And so what we did in this well, the majority of the time we were in this well, was during a recess.
Representative Garrett.
But at the time you entered the well, we were in session. So my question specifically, which you said you would answer my question specifically, you approached the well, began to shout in the well, and the Speaker gavelled you out of order. Do you deny that the Speaker gavelled you out of order?
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Representative Garrett. I can't recall the number of times the Speaker has gavelled me out of order for simply doing my job as a representative, but on that day, the Speaker, in his normal fashion, chose to silence members as he had done throughout that day.
Representative Garrett.
And do you understand to speak from the well as you are speaking today, you were able to speak because Speaker Sexton recognized you in the well to be able to speak?
Representative Jones.
Thank you. I'm able to speak because the people of District 52 sent me here to speak. Speaker Sexton is not my constituent. Speaker Sexton is not a king. Speaker Sexton is not God, though he may want to be. He is my colleague. And so the people of District 52 sent me here to speak. And it's them who I ask for permission if I can speak and represent them.
Representative Garrett. Oh, we're out. Very good. Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, We're here today because voices have been silenced. We're here today because we have a system that says we value a process. Yet in that process, particularly in our committees, voices are continuously silenced. Then we get to the floor, and the same is true. We don't get to fully vet bills. People can't represent their constituents' voices, and it has happened time and time again. This is not democracy. Democracy says your voice will be heard. I served 21 years in the military, and I do it again to protect democracy. I've traveled to other countries in the name of democracy. Yet, on this floor, for what appeared to be 15 seconds of a rule violation, we're not protecting democracy. Representative Jones represents thousands of people in this state whose voice have been silenced time and time and time again. And we had just had this mass shooting and only wanted to elevate the voices of those people. That's what he wanted to do. And for a simple rule violation, we have elevated this to the highest level of admonishment. That's not democracy. And even more, the gentleman has already been stripped of his committees, has already been restricted access to this building to represent those voices. And so now we're going to double punish. We're going to punish you, and then we're going to punish you. That's not democracy. As a member of this body, I'm here to make sure that we do uphold our democracy and that we value the voices of the people that are sent here, all of us. It's honorable to be sent here to represent those voices. And history is going to reflect what we do this day. History will reflect if it was worth these 15 minutes, 15 seconds of elevating the voices of the people rises to this level of admonishment. We have an opportunity in this body today to say it doesn't rise to that level. We have an opportunity to recognize someone just want to elevate the voices of their people. And maybe in the heat of passion, we feel like we have to admonish at the highest level, but I beg of you not to do that today. History will reflect it. And I am hoping that you decide to be on the right side of history at this moment in time. This would be a dangerous precedent to set. And one day, it will be you. One day, if we don't have the courage right now to say, we may not agree with how they decided to elevate the voices. We don't have to agree. But to expel someone, punish them, then expel them, that's out of order. I beg of you to allow them to continue to serve, allow them to represent their voices, have a full conversation in this state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Speaker Sexton. I just had a few questions before I get started about a couple of them. Prior to 1049, when you and your colleagues met over at the representative from Knoxville's desk, I believe there was a parliamentary inquiry regarding a button that you were wearing. Could you tell me a little bit about your parliamentary inquiry and the purpose of it?
Representative Jones.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There actually were multiple parliamentary inquiries levied. The first parliamentary inquiry was when the Speaker shut off my voting machine when I walked out to stand with those protesting. And I came back and it said I could not vote on that machine. I've never seen that happen in this body, a member who stepped outside coming back in and their voting machine being shut off. The second parliamentary inquiry is when the House clerk said that the Speaker had filed a complaint against a pin that I was wearing that stated, that had a picture of an AR-15 and said, "We must stop the assault." I raised the parliamentary inquiry because a few days prior, Senator Joey Hensley entered this well with a Confederate flag tie on and was allowed to stand here. But I was threatened with a complaint for wearing a pin that expressed the demands of my district and of my constituents that we take action to end the proliferation of assault weapons in our community.
Representative Williams.
Thank you. Appreciate your answer to the question. The reason for the parliamentary inquiry was because after the rules say that we can't have props or buttons or things of that nature, and the fact that we do have, even today, we welcome our senators into the well, of which we have 4 in here today. The interesting part about it is the button was on your lapel. You were asked about the parliamentary inquiry. You were told by the clerk that no, it was not proper. It was against the rules in order to do so. And as soon as that was happened, I sat here at my desk, I looked over there, and then immediately you put the button back on your lapel and said, "The rules don't apply to me." And so I recognized that when I saw it, and that button was on your lapel when you overtook the well. I guess the question for me too is when you took the bullhorn where you stand today, how did that bullhorn get into this chamber? Did you sneak it in the dark overcoat that you had when you went in and out of the house that day, or did you put it in your desk drawer? Tell me how you came to acquire that bullhorn.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was multiple questions there, and so let's take them one by one. Representative Williams, with all due respect, I answered and you tried to tell me what my answer should have been, but which it was not. And so just because you want it to be an answer does not mean that it is the answer. When I raised my parliamentary inquiry, the Speaker once again shut off my microphone as I was addressing the issue. Can we roll the tapes? The Speaker once again shut off my microphone because he has a button up there that he loves to use to silence members. And so I was not able to complete my parliamentary inquiry. And if you notice in the video, the megaphone, which was in my jacket, the miniature megaphone, was not brought out until the Speaker said, "Recess." And after he said recess, that's when I pulled it from my jacket. So every complaint you have with the megaphone was for actions that happened during recess. And the only reason that I had to use a megaphone is because House Speaker Cameron Sexton cut my voice and the voice of the 78,000 people I represent from the microphone. That's the only reason I had to bring a megaphone, is because the Speaker cut off the microphone.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the representative's honesty about being the one who brought the bullhorn into the well, because I did not know where it had come from. And out of limited time, obviously, there's one question that, as I thought about this over the weekend and we wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to defend your actions, one of the questions that keeps coming back to my mind that I hope maybe you can answer is when you say no action, no peace. What do you mean? What does Representative Jones mean by no peace? Thank you.
Representative Jones.
Thank you. I would invite my colleague from Putnam County to join any protest where that is a very familiar chant that usually goes, no justice, no peace. And I believe the roots of it lie in something that Martin Luther King stated, that true peace is not merely the absence of tension, but it is the presence of justice. That's what I was saying, is that until we act, there will be no peace in our communities. In addition, I would like to read some context about that chant that comes from Jeremiah 6:14. I'll read the New Living Translation. It says, they offer superficial treatments for my people's mortal wound. They give assurances of peace where there is no peace. I'll go to the New International Version. They dress the wound of my people as though it was not serious. Peace, 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 they say, where there is no peace. That's what the chant means, is that we have no peace. And that until we act, there will be no peace for the thousands of children who came here demanding that we act, who are afraid that if they're in school, they will be gunned down because you have passed laws to make it easier to get a gun than it is to get health care in this state. You've passed laws that make it easier to get a gun than it is to vote in this state. And so that there will be no peace in Tennessee until we act on this proliferation of weapons of war in our community. That is the peace I was talking about. That is what I was saying. Representative Williams, thank you for your question.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I rise today to implore you not to do this. We have votes on this floor all the time that I disagree with, but this one sets a very dangerous precedent. There are 78,000 people that Representative Jones represents. He was elected in a competitive primary. This is who that district wants to represent them. March 27th, 6 people were killed in Nashville, 3 children. We had a couple of presentations. I was fortunate enough to say some words. My colleague, who also represents Davidson County, wanted to say some words and didn't get the opportunity. The passion that he has for his constituents overflowed, and he couldn't take it anymore and felt like his voice and the voice of the 78,000 people that he represents needed to be heard. You know, I understand that my colleague, Representative Jones, challenges you. He's an intelligent, powerful advocate for some causes and issues that you don't want to deal with, that are uncomfortable for you, that challenge your norms, that challenge your beliefs. He speaks to all these people up here. They want him to be here. And I think that scares people in this room. I think it scares people in this room that he can speak to the people and speaks for the people in a way that many of us in this room can't. I urge you to not vote to expel. We need his voice. You may not agree with him. I don't agree with all of you all the time. Surprise. But we need his voice. He represents a constituency in our state, which we are the Tennessee State House of Representatives, and we cannot silence those people. I'm sorry to the 78,000 people that duly elected Representative Justin Jones if his voice is stripped from you. And I urge all of you to vote against expulsion.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've only got a few questions in the time that I have, and I appreciate your candor and I appreciate your responses. And again, I would ask that hopefully you can respond specifically to my question. You knew that Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution vested the House with the power to set its own rules, correct?
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I cannot cite the specific provision in the state constitution, but I know that rules were passed in this chamber that the majority of colleagues on my side of the aisle did not agree to.
Representative Garrett.
And I understand that some folks voted against the rules that we passed here. That's your obligation to vote against them. But if you vote against them, does that mean that you don't have to follow them?
Representative Jones.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Representative Garrett, but I believe that this is the first time in Tennessee history that a rule violation is resulting in an expulsion hearing. This is the first time that a minor infraction of rules brings a member before this body to be expelled, because as I listed, every other measure of expulsion beginning in 1866 to 2016 were for acts that were criminal, unethical, not a rule violation.
Representative Garrett.
Today, I mentioned before that we've had several pieces of legislation that has traveled through the system. Everyone was able to speak on it. Everyone's district's voice that wanted to speak was heard today. A week ago, that stopped. This is just not about one specific instance or one specific rule that may be broken. The rules here are for order. We owe that to the constituents that we represent across this state. And when it says to us, and I'll leave you with this, a couple more questions. With that, knowing that the House could not do business when you entered the well, and you were gavelled out of order, and you continue to stay in the well, you placed a bullhorn out of your own jacket, as you said earlier. Those actions, the Speaker had no choice but to recess, because then the emotion in this place exploded. So with all of that conduct by you, by overtaking the well against the rules of this House that we are bound to do under Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution. That's the site that says we must have rules for this House so we can achieve what we achieved today by passed legislation today in an orderly fashion. I ask you this simple question. Were your actions last week as you define them, were they disorderly and disruptive to this House chamber?
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had to take notes because I believe there's about 10 questions in Representative Garrett's comments. I want to begin with the first one, the first statement made. Today, every member was allowed to speak. Today, he had to make that clear that today every member was allowed to speak because the news is here today. But let's talk about yesterday. Let's talk about last week. He said that stopped last week. No, it stopped when Speaker Cameron Sexton was sworn in as House Speaker, that every voice was allowed to be heard. This happened when Cassida was here. And so for many years in this body, every member has been stopped from speaking by a supermajority that is drunk with power. He stated, you overtook the well trying to use language that harkens violence. No, we walked into the well. We walked together. Children, don't you get weary. We walked to the well. We didn't overtake anything. We did not use violence. We did not act in ways that were unlawful. We walked together peacefully and orderly to the well that many of us had been not afforded the opportunity to speak from. You said, was your actions disorderly and disruptive? I think the honest answer is that I believe that my presence here as one of the youngest Black lawmakers who speaks for my district is disruptive to the status quo. I believe that's what is disruptive, that when I'm in committee and you seek to pass agendas that harm my community, I say objection, point of order, I don't agree, my constituents deserve a voice. That is disruptive and to the status quo, because you would have us bow down. But Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego said, we shall not bow. And that is what I say to you, Representative Garrett, that we shall not bow. That is what I say to the House Speaker, that we shall not bow. Because what is disorderly is a body that has used voter suppression and rigged maps to take control of our state. What is disorderly is a body that silenced the voices of Nashville at the congressional level, at the city council level, now trying to remove us at the legislative level. That is disorderly to democracy. That is disruptive to what we have an obligation to uphold. And so that is my response.
Yeah, Representative Love yep, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, a few years ago, we made the Bible the state book. And there is this common thread in there about grace. Grace. It's not easy to bestow grace. Martin Luther preached in 1522, said, God's grace received must be bestowed. So I'm asking you, just consider. I know it's difficult, I know it's hard, I know there are a lot of hurt feelings, but I'm asking you to consider the grand scheme of things, the future of our body, and not take this particular vote. And consider what my colleagues have said about representation and about those members who will not be able to have their voices heard in this chamber. Thank you for hearing me and considering what I've suggested. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I have one question for the representative, but before I ask it, I want to say a couple of things. First, the representative's address was a compelling, eloquent statement of why he needs to be expelled. In fact, when you listen to it carefully and closely, it's clear that he wants to be expelled. That's why he refers to all of you as a dishonorable house. We all saw the video of what he did. He and two other representatives effectively conducted a mutiny on March the 30th of 2023 in this very chamber. Recall that in his opening statement, he called his actions honorable. What that means, ladies and gentlemen, is that the gentleman shows no remorse. He does not even recognize that what he did was wrong. So not to expel him would simply invite him and his colleagues to continue to engage in mutiny on the House floor, a mutiny which to this body and to this state has been unknown in its 227-year history since we adopted our Constitution in 1796. In passing for the moment the fact that he does not even consider what he did on March 30 wrong, look at the disrespect with which he has conducted himself today. He called our speaker a liar. He pointed derisively at our speaker. He insulted each and every one of you, effectively convicting you of being beholden to interest groups rather than voting your conscience. And then the one that I really do not understand is he said that if you vote to expel him, which is actually what he wants, you will be undoing the will of 200,000 Tennesseans. But we know that's not true, don't we, ladies and gentlemen? We know it because we can read our Constitution. this resolution opens with a recitation of the provisions of Section 12 of Article 2 of our Constitution. It's just one sentence, but it says three things. It says each house, the House and the Senate, has the power to determine its own rules. And then second, it provides that each chamber, the House and the Senate, has the power to punish for disorderly behavior. And then third, it says with the concurrence of 2/3 of the body can expel the member for disorderly behavior. It says those three things. So what we've got, ladies and gentlemen, is a case that clearly falls within the confines of Section 12 of Article 2. Was the representative's conduct on March the 30th, quote, disorderly behavior, close quote? You bet it was. It's as severe a violation of our Constitution and our rules that a member can be guilty of on the House floor. There is a basis, a strong factual basis, to vote for expulsion. But what does expulsion mean? Does it mean a death penalty, as we've heard? No, not at all, because Section 12 goes on and says that a representative cannot be expelled a second time for the same offense. So this is not a death penalty. If, in fact, this body votes to expel the representative, which is what he wants, apparently, he cannot be expelled a second time. In other words, whether or not he comes back is going to be determined locally by the authorities in Davidson County and the voters in Davidson County. This is not a death penalty. Section 12 explicitly recognizes that he might come back. It says you can't be expelled a second time for the same offense. So effectively what we're doing today, ladies and gentlemen, is we are upholding our Constitution. We are protecting the integrity of this body. Let's vote to expel him. That will send the case back to the voters in Davidson County. And if after looking at his conduct, they find he should come back, we will welcome him as a representative.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear a question, but while my colleague's statement was eloquent, what he was essentially saying was that Justin is an uppity Negro. How dare he point at the speaker and call a lie a lie? How dare he act like he's your equal? How dare he come before this body and not bow down? That's what Representative Bulso was saying, and that's what he told me on the elevator 2 days ago when he tried to incite violence against me and got in my face and said, "You are a damn disgrace." And I said, "Representative Bulso, hold on, let me pull up my phone. Can you say that again?" And he cowered and chose not to repeat it because he did not want the world to see what a disgrace he is for Williamson County voters. What we are doing today is not respecting the Constitution, but I'm not surprised because time after time again, this body chooses to burn the Constitution. In fact, we've passed more lawsuits than legitimate laws. When I hear Representative Bulso's statement, it reminds me that there are people in this chamber whose real offense is not what we did, but that in breaking the quorum, we asserted our humanity, we asserted the voices and humanity of our district, we asserted our dignity as equal members of this body who you would rather have silenced, who you would rather have not hear, who you would rather have back somewhere else instead of up here as your equal. And that, sir, is disheartening. Because I know that not every member of the other side of the aisle feels like you do, Representative Bulso. But throughout this session, I have seen the passion with which you have to attack marginalized communities, and it has disheartened me to see that someone like that sits in this chamber. someone who has made it his mission to target the vulnerable. It hurts to see that. And so I did say that what the speaker did was lie when he went on national television and told national news that the kids outside, the children who were pleading for their lives, calling for an end to mass shootings, he said they were insurrectionists. He said that they tried to rush the chamber. He said that what we did was violent, and that was a lie, as the video showed you. Thank you for the evidence. Play that on Fox News next time, and not the edited video that the speaker chose to retweet and tag Donald Trump and tag all these conservative pundits. That is what the speaker did a few days ago, and that is dishonorable. It is beneath the dignity of the office of House Speaker to have the speaker targeting and trying to incite violence against members of this body. But his words have consequences. As one of our community members had his house shot, his words have consequences. As youth who participated in the protests asked me, is it safe to come to the next protest after the speaker called us insurrectionists? Mothers saying, is it gonna be safe for my children, or was the speaker giving a dog whistle to the Proud Boys and other groups to show up? That is dishonorable. And like I said before, I pray for an apology, because Representative Bulso, I will apologize when the speaker and you all apologize to the families at Covenant, when you apologize to the families from the Waffle House, when you apologize to those many countless victims to gun violence because of your reckless gun laws, because of your reckless laws that proliferate weapons of war in our communities. When you apologize, then I will apologize. To Representative Bulso's point, I broke a rule. I did acknowledge that. But what I did not break was my oath that said that I would dissent from and protest against any legislation that is injurious to the people. What I did not break was my promise to the people of District 2 that I would fight for them no matter the consequences. What I did not break was my oath to future generations that says that when I see something that is wrong, that is unjust, that is unfair, I will find a way to get in the way and to get in good trouble, necessary trouble. So thank you for your question.
Representative Towns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what I see today is really a spirit of anger on this House floor. People are angry. Either justified or unjustified. There's a spirit of anger walking among the members, the brotherhood, the fraternity, the sorority in this Tennessee chamber. There should not be a spirit of anger. There's an old saying that goes that to whom the gods will destroy, they must first make angry. When they're about us, we lose our heads. We're fighting in a war, or we're fighting for something. When we lose our heads and become angry, we do dangerous things to each other. And the body of politics, the body of the Tennessee Chamber, we're doing dangerous things, attempting to do dangerous things, dastardly things, unwilling things, bad things to each other. The brotherhood, the sisterhood, that is not good. Each of you know, you live long enough to know that democracy is messy sometimes. Democracy is messy. Go all the way back to the founder of the country. Deal with the women's movement, the right to vote. Deal with the civil rights movement. Democracy is messy, and it always will be messy to get something out of it. You're trying to get to the pearls of wisdom, the pearls, the gold, the diamonds, but it's a messy process. It's not pretty all the time. Has never been pretty all the time. Any of you all that understand and know history, it's always a little messy. But we perfected some things in this country that allow us to make change and evolve and do good. Right now, we're not doing good because under these circumstances that happen to our fellow members, we're trying to crucify them when there were other measures that could be taken. There are other measures that could be taken that could have driven the point home as it relates to what we want to see, decorum and order. Other things could have been taken. But we opted out because we're angry to seek the nuclear option. When you drop a nuclear bomb, you destroy everything. You never use a sledgehammer to kill a gnat with. We are dropping the nuclear option on one of our fellow members. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that dog bites twice. Comes back to bite you in your butt too. We should not go to the extreme of expelling our members for fighting for what many of the citizens want to happen, whether you agree with it or not. Is there a right way to do things? Of course there is. Many of y'all probably secretly admire the courage of our young members and glory. You probably admire the courage. How many of y'all can remember how you acted when you were 20 years old, 25 years old? If there's a video camera around, I bet you don't want to see that. Our conduct. Some of us are older and we did not have everything that we did on tape today. So you make allowances for our young people to grow and to become, because regardless, at some point, they're going to have to run this country. I'm encouraging some compassion. Don't vote for this expulsion of any of our members. I didn't vote for the Jeremy Dermer expulsion. I thought it was wrong. It was wrong then, and it's wrong today. They should not be expelled for fighting for something that many of the citizens of the state of Tennessee want. Let's think deeply, let's think caringly, and let's show we have the ability to lead with a good heart. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Representative Farmer. Pass. Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, I've thought long and hard what I needed to say to y'all. It's simple. We all need more black Jesus. That guy with the woolly hair and the bronze feet. Now that truth is what we base our lives on. So I'm not surprised that we're here. I'm disappointed and to a great extent, just disgusted. I was here when Kent Williams became Speaker. The chaos, the confusion, threats against his life. It all happened right here on this floor. And you know who led that? My Republican colleagues. Neither I nor any of my Democratic colleagues jumped up and demanded their resignations or demanded that they be hauled before the Ethics Committee, much less demand that they be expelled. And after he was elected Speaker, listen to me, he had to have the Tennessee Highway Patrol to escort him from his desk to the Speaker's podium. Speaker, you were here. If you weren't here, you need to listen to this because it's scary. It is scary. I watched how men and women went from gentlemen and gentle ladies into monsters. It was the worst possible scene that I have ever seen and that you could ever imagine on the floor of the House. But let's talk about why we're here. We're here because 3 9-year-olds and 3 adults were murdered at school, which should be one of the safest places that you could be in your life. I can't imagine the trauma that these young folks will have to live with for the rest of their lives. I can't imagine the trauma that their parents will have to experience every time they leave the house going to where? School. And it's something that we could have acted on last session, session before that, the session before that, and we chose not to. These young folks came in, refused to be a prisoner of procrastination, and demanded justice. That's why we're here. They demanded justice for those children and justice for those hundreds of children who have died across Tennessee over the years. I'm happy that we've started to move on legislation that will help to mitigate the problem so that our classrooms and our playgrounds don't become killing fields in Tennessee. I'm grateful for the work that we've done. But I tell you, young, gifted, intelligent, and black, I'm proud of him. He broke rules. He did not break the law. This is, in spite of what my colleague said, this is the death penalty, because if he's expelled, he will no longer be a part of this process. So I urge you, do the right thing. Vote like you were voting for your seatmate.
Representative, thank you. Representative Gant, you're passed. All right. Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're setting a precedent today that a lot of you in here, including myself, you better think long and hard about it. You know, there's been many of us in here, and you know who you are, there's rules that are broken. I mean, there's been many a time we've had debate on this floor. I've gotten hot. Another member's gotten hot. I know of 2 instances of 2 people in pretty high-level positions on the other side have come back here to my desk and threatened bodily harm. Do I say we ought to jump up and throw them out of here for that? No, in the moment, they lost their temper. They lost their composure because they believed what they believed. They were willing to fight for what they believed in. You got to admire that. So I'm sorry if you're sitting in here and you're not willing to fight for what you believe in. I understand you've got to be composed, but every now and then you're going to lose it. Even the best of us are going to lose it. But today, you set this precedent that you're going to throw him out of here for breaking a rule. I've said it before and I've said it again. I've had some people sit beside me on this House floor. I've had to look up the aisle at a former speaker that there's not a jail cell that he doesn't deserve to be in, and have to sit here and look at that. And I didn't hear a peep out of anybody saying we ought to toss him out of here. And everybody knew it wasn't a rule he broke. There wasn't a felony he didn't see, he didn't want to break. But not a soul said a thing about it. We all just, oh, well, we'll let the process work itself out. You know, I had somebody sit beside me, multiple teenage girls say things that should make us all cringe about that member. No one wanted to do anything about that. But we're going to throw a young man out today who had the audacity to fight for what he believes in. I hope you have the audacity to fight for what you believe in. If not, there's the door. You shouldn't be here. If you're not willing to do what it takes to make change, to make this state better, to make your community better, you're probably in the wrong place. But do people lose their composure sometimes? Yes, they do. Guilty as charged right here. I'll be the last one to throw that rock. But if you're going to set this precedent, you better think long and hard about it. And you better hold up to that standard. You better not look at beside the name and see if it's a D or an R beside the name. You better look and say, they broke a rule. You know, somebody may have been videotaping on the House floor. You can hear the speaker say recess in the video, you know. So, I mean, if you're going to set that precedent, you know, you may want to go watch that video. So don't look if a D or an R is beside their name. You're going to set the precedent. Let's live by it. Just think about that, folks. Have a little grace. And look in yourself and say, will I fight for what I believe in? Thank you.
Representative Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I feel very disappointed. I've been excited about democracy. I've been excited since I got elected to this House, and this is terrible. And really, it's just disappointment is what comes to mind. Representative Jones, you had a difficult time. You look at everything through the lens of race. Those are your experiences, and that's perfectly understandable. But sincerely, after becoming elected, you should be celebrating. You really should be. You should join the House, become one of us, make the transformation from being a person who, yes, we've known you demonstrating a lot, mobilizing the community, but make the transformation to be a representative who represents. You claim that you have 78,000 people to represent. You claim that you have 78,000 people to represent. But sir, you have not done that. You have mainly interrupted the proceedings. You have attacked fellow representatives. You have attacked the chairman almost in all committees. That is not representing your people. That is not going to bring credit to the people that you claim to represent. I'm an immigrant, everybody knows. I have been in this country for 53 years. And when it was 50 years, you recognized me for that. It was a celebration in my mind and for my family. In those 53 years in America, I have never encountered a racial slur. I'm really not aware that any of that applies to me. I live a good life. Yet, you on tape call me a brown face. Yes, sir, it's on tape. It's on tape, okay? You can't deny that. Wow, I said it's on tape, okay? You called me that. After the committee meeting on that same day, you walked up to me. You had no business coming up to me. You were sitting a row or two ahead of me. You shoved your finger in my face and said, Kumar, they will never accept you. You said it twice, and you were so intimidating that the sergeant at arms, without my invitation, came and intervened between us. Sir, that is very disappointing. You did that. I was there.
Hang on, Chairman Clemens, you have a question?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. He's talking about things that aren't the subject of the resolution.
Well,
I don't know that he's even telling the truth, but he's definitely not talking about anything that's subject of the resolution.
Well,
the events that took place on this floor.
Chairman Clemens, I'd be careful about the language that you use because that would impugn his reputation, which we had conversations about a few weeks ago. So I would be careful. You didn't go there, so I appreciate that. We have given latitude to the representative in the well who's made many accusations against me and other members of this House. I'll ask Chairman Kumar to stay on the topic of today, but I would advise you then that everybody in this chamber, including as the representative in the well, to stay on the topic and germane to the conversation. Representative Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wrap it up by saying that it is disappointing that you have insulted this body. You have insulted your colleagues. You have insulted the House of Representatives in the state of Tennessee. You have insulted our speaker. You have personally insulted me. And part of that is on tape, sir. I implore you that let us take it from here, whether you are expelled or not, but please, come on. You are a talented young man. You have a lot to offer, but offer it in a way that people are accepting of your ideas. Join the society where you celebrate your achievements. I wish you all the best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And there's a lot to unpack there, Representative Kumar. I don't even know where to start, to be honest. I mean, it's sad what you just stated to me, and that's what this is really about. He said, you see everything under the lens of race. When you join this body, you should just become one of us. Just assimilate. That's very disappointing to hear, my friend. And what I told you was what you just exhibited. As the only member of their caucus who is not of the Caucasian persuasion, I said that you put a brown face on white supremacy. That's what I stated.
All right, Representative Jones, Chairman Clemens, you know that that's out of line if you're moving down Chairman Kumar. We've asked people to stay on germane. I asked to stay on germane. He made his he made a statement right there. I got it. We're not going down there. You got your response. You have it. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think he has an opportunity and the right to defend himself from allegations that were asserted on the floor. I think if the record needs to be corrected, he has every right in this hearing to correct the record and state the facts.
So I just want, for the record, you're okay with going off of the resolution and not saying germane? Because I ruled him out of order and made him go to a different direction based on your point of order. Chairman Clemens?
I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. Of course, he continued to speak. And once the toothpaste comes out of the tube on an allegation like that, I think it's a right to correct the record, if only briefly. And I know my colleague will stay on the resolution from here on. But I think those types of allegations deserve a response. Thank you.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And continuing in response to Representative Kumar's egregious statements, he stated that he has never heard a racial slur. I heard one in this body not too long ago when Representative Sherrill recommended that we should bring back lynching in this body. And so I'll move on. The statement and recommendation of Representative Kumar was that I would not be up for expulsion if I just assimilated, if I just conformed, if I just confined myself, as he has done, to be accepted by this body. He said that you attack chairman. Let's unpack that. Me asserting the voice of my district is what he is referring to. Me ensuring that the rules are followed in committee and raising points of order and points of parliamentary inquiry when the chairman acts against the rules is what he is talking about. Me asserting the voice of the 78,000 people of District 52 to him is an attack. To me is upholding my responsibility as a legislator. And so no, I did not come in this body expecting to be accepted by this side of the aisle. I came here to serve the people of District 52 and to do good work in the forced conversations that we have to have in this body. Because so many times I sit in these committees and the bill he's talking about, we try to censor conversations. He was talking about a bill where we were censoring conversations on race, censoring what kids can learn in school because it makes people uncomfortable to talk about Black history. And he expected me to be censored as a equally elected representative to not talk about the history of racism in America when he made those egregious statements in Government Operations Committee. He expected me to sit there and conform and accept things because that is the only reason that he's been accepted by these members here. But I don't want acceptance from you. I want acceptance from the people of my district. I don't want approval from you. I want approval from the people of my district. Because I'm not here to make friends, I'm here to make a change for my community.
Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, Representative Jones represents the 52nd district, and I represent the 53rd district. So our districts touch. We represent a lot of the same communities. We represent a lot of the same polling locations. And the voters of his district knew and know the type of person that Justin Jones is. Representative, you never hid the fact from the voters of your district that you're an activist, that you have been arrested. You never hid that. They knew that. Is that correct?
Representative Jones.
That's correct. In fact, Chairman Faison recently said, wasn't your slogan from the jailhouse to the statehouse when he introduced me to a member of Congress who was visiting a couple weeks ago? I never hid who I was and talked about the history and necessity for good trouble in this body.
Representative Powell.
Members, I was with Representative Jones the day he was elected. I was at the polling location with him. I helped him pick up signs, his signs, after the polls closed. I was there when the vote tally sheet was put up on the wall that showed that he had won his election. The people of Tennessee, each one of us, we represent different districts and different communities. We bring our experiences up here. That is what's wonderful about a representative democracy. And the people of District 52 knew and they know who Representative Jones is. And I have all the confidence in the world that they believe his message and everything that he's done to fight for his community. Members, I said this, and I'll say it again. I was at in a third grade class the day of the shooting, reading down the street from this school to my son's class, full of third graders. When that shooting occurred, I was concerned that that might be my child's school. I didn't know. I have spent every day, and I said, this is a very difficult time. But members, I don't know why we are here today debating Justin Jones breaking the House rules. And yes, he voted against the House rules. I voted against the House rules. I had concerns about limiting debate and cutting off debate would cause issues, and it has caused issues amongst this body. But we are spending now unprecedented amount of times on this floor dealing with this issue. I had to leave here Monday night after this resolution was introduced and go to my son's Little League field and see red ribbons surrounding the outfield in memory of William Kinney, who was murdered. And I'm outraged, and we should all be outraged. We need to do something, and expelling Justin Jones is not the answer. It's a threat to democracy. It jeopardizes future generations that are outside watching us now. The people know who Justin Jones is. I'm proud of the type of person that Justin Jones is. We represent similar communities, and we're angry, and we have different ways of expressing ourselves. And I know we were shown a video, and it wasn't the official House video. I wonder where the official House video is. I'd like to see it, because it's germane to this debate. But expelling Justin Jones is not the answer, colleagues, and I urge you to please vote against expulsion.
Thank you. Representative Jones, anything? Nope. Representative Keisling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call for the previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We are on the board. Previous question's been called. We're on the board. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 73, 24 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting on House Resolution. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Representative Jones, I'm sorry. You get 5 minutes to close. You have 5 minutes. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are talking about nothing less than 75 people overruling the wishes of 78,000 people. And you're going to cut off debate? Give me a break. Is this a circus? You are talking about kicking somebody out of this body. Grow up. If you can't sit through a conversation or a debate on something no less than expelling a colleague, grow up. Get out of here. You don't belong here. You want to call the question? I am humiliated. I'm embarrassed. Look at the rules of procedure, the ethic rules. The purpose of this is to hold the respect and confidence of the people. Representatives should avoid conduct that even appears to violate the trust the people have placed in them. What are we doing? Call them the question. Ladies and gentlemen, point of order is, if you don't want to sit here and have this discussion, withdraw the resolution. Let's move on to the people's business and actually address the issue that created what made you uncomfortable. The loss of life, not just those 6 losses of lives, people in every community across this state that continue to be killed by gun violence.
Hey, Chairman Clemens, it's a point of order. I understand you're upset by the call of the question. if somebody have a point of order where we are, not a speech on the floor, but we're at a point of order if that's where you're wanting to go. The question's been called. It was put on the board as objection. The rule prevailed to take the vote. If there's a question about point of order, we'll be happy to take it. Anybody? Leader Camper? No? Representative Hakeem?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were a number of us who had their names on the list to speak. And I think it would be totally disrespectful not to allow us an opportunity to make necessary comments. One of the problems that we have is that the cutting off of debate. I mean, that's what we're here for. We talk about it being messy. We're talking about getting things done. We're talking about coming to a consensus. How can we do that if we don't hear the voices of more than ourselves, so to speak?
All right. Yeah, is that a question for Mr. Clerk about calling the question? Okay, Mr. Clerk, can you read the rule, please?
Mr. Speaker, previous questions shall only be admitted when demanded by 2/3 of the members present.
Previous question's been called. Anybody can call it at any time, and we all know that that's a possibility. Leader Camper.
Thank you,
Point of
Mr.
order.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that we reconsider our actions on that. Is that appropriate? Well, we ask that members reconsider their actions and withdraw your motion, allow us to continue the debate.
Hang on one second. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, this is from the rule. If the question prevails on the main motion, its effect shall be to preclude all future amendments and terminate all debate. So if previous question prevails, we're voting on the legislation.
The previous question has prevailed, so therefore we move to vote. That cuts off all motions is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Speaker, that's correct.
Yeah, Representative Jones still has his 5 minutes. Point of order, Representative Hardaway? Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. And would a reconsideration be proper at this time?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no, it would not, as previous questions prevailed by 2/3 of the members present.
Representative Hardaway. Mr. Clerk.
The only right that does not cut off is the right of the opponent to close. And as the motion that was made earlier in the rule suspension, the representative in the well will have 5 minutes to close, even though previous question prevailed.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. It's just in my mind, and I don't know whether the clerk is quoting our rules or Robert's rules, but we have a motion that can't be reconsidered.
Mr. Clerk.
An action, rather, that can't be reconsidered.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the only opportunity to even be recognized once previous question has prevailed is as you have for a point of order or a parliamentary inquiry. So there's no opportunity to present a motion to reconsider.
Representative Hardaway.
Speaker, I disagree. However, we're going to move on.
Representative Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it possible, or is there a rule that we have to vote on each member one at a time versus waiting to the end of these hearings and vote one for all three after that time, or is that a rule, or is that at the speaker's discretion?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, these are being taken up one at a time. The only resolution before the body right now is House Resolution 65. So that's the only one of the three resolutions that the body will now be voting on.
Any further point of orders? All right, we are voting. Oh, 5 minutes. I keep forgetting. My bad. My bad. I got it. My apologies. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I want to say that you have the power, you have the votes to do what you're going to do today. But I want to let you know that when I came to this well, I was fighting for your children and grandchildren too. But to those who here will cast a vote for expulsion, I was fighting for your children too, to live free from the terror of school shootings and mass shootings. When I walked up to this well on last Thursday, I was thinking about the thousands of students who were outside demanding that we do something. In fact, many of their signs said, do something, do something, do something. That was their only ask of us, is to respond to their grief, to respond to a traumatized community. But in response to that, the first action of this body is to expel members for calling for common sense gun legislation. We were calling for a ban of assault weapons, and the response of this body is to assault democracy. This is a historic day for Tennessee, but it may mark a very dark day for Tennessee, because it will signal to the nation that there is no democracy in this state. It will signal to the nation that if it can happen here in Tennessee, it's coming to your state next. And that is why the nation is watching us, what we do here. My prayer to you is that even if you expel me, that you still act to address the crisis of mass shootings. Because if I'm expelled from here, I'll be back out there with the people every week demanding that you act. If you expel me, I'll continue to show up because this issue is too important. I talked to too many students and mothers in tears this week who said, thank you for doing something. And so if you expel me, I recognize that it's not just about expelling me, but it's about expelling the people. But your action will do the exact opposite. It will galvanize them to see what is happening in this state requires sustained action. And so I hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, regardless of what you decide to do to me, because this is not about me, but this is about those young people who are asking us to use our position and to uphold our oath.
Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 72, 25 nays.
Having received the concurrence of 2/3 of the members to which the House is entitled under Constitution of the State of Tennessee, House Resolution 65 is hereby adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Pursuant to Article 2, Section 12 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, I hereby declare Representative Justin Jones of the 57th Representative District expelled from the House of Representatives of the 113th Assembly of the State of Tennessee. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adjourn the House of Representatives.
That's a proper motion, proper and second. Would you like to us adjourn for 2 years, or would you like to have a date at some point in the future to come back? Chairman Clemens.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn this body until Monday, 5 p.m.
It's proper motion, proper second. Is non-debatable. We are voting on the motion to adjourn until Monday at 5 p.m. We're on the board. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 23, 73 nays.
Motion is denied. Members in the gallery, that is disruptive behavior. If it continues, we will have to clear the balcony except for the press. That's the one warning. Representative Bolso, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of H.R. number 64.
Representative Bolso moves adoption of House Resolution 64, properly seconded. Representative Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
House Resolution 64 by Representative Bolso, a resolution to expel Gloria Johnson from her seat as a member of the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, elected by the 90th Representative District. Whereas Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution provides that each House may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and with the concurrence of 2/3 expel a member, but not a second time for the same offense, and shall have all the powers necessary for a branch of the legislature of a free state. And whereas all members of the House of Representatives must comply with permanent rules of order of Tennessee House of Representatives for the 113th General Assembly, including preserving order, adhering to decorum, speaking only with recognition, not crowding around the clerk's desk, avoiding personalities, and not using props or displaying political messages. And whereas during the House floor session, 19th Legislative Day on March 30th, 2023, Gloria Johnson of Knox County, along with Justin J. Pearson of Shelby County and Justin Jones of Davidson County, did knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor to the House of Representatives through their individual and collective actions. And whereas at approximately 10:49 a.m., Representative Johnson and her colleagues, having gathered at her desk, moved in unison to the well and began shouting without recognition. And whereas once gathered in the well and called out of order, Representative Johnson and her colleagues proceeded to disrupt proceedings of the House of Representatives from approximately 10:50 a.m. until approximately 11:42 a.m. And whereas during this time, Representative Johnson and her colleagues shouted, pounded the podium, led chants with citizens in the gallery, and generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, including refusing to leave the well, sitting on the podium, and utilizing a sign displaying a political message. And whereas during this time, Representative Pearson and Representative Jones used the bullhorn to amplify their protestations, and whereas these actions were done in open session in the presence of and witnessed by the members and staff of the House of Representatives, and whereas it appears to be satisfaction of this body that Representative Johnson's conduct on March 30th, 2023 constitutes disorderly behavior and justifies expulsion, and whereas such disorderly behavior on the part of Representative Johnson reflects adversely upon the integrity and dignity of the House of Representatives of the state of Tennessee, places a cloud upon the action of this honorable body, and is inconsistent with the duty of a member of this body, and whereas it is deemed in the best interest of the people of the state of Tennessee and this body for Representative Johnson to relinquish her seat as a member of the House of Representatives, and whereas Representative Johnson has been given advance notice of the contents of this resolution and has been afforded the opportunity to debate the resolution on the floor of this House prior to its passage. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee that pursuant to the authority under Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution, this body hereby expels Gloria Johnson from her seat as a member of the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, elected by the 90th Representative District for disorderly behavior occurring on March 30, 2023, and declares the 90th Representative District seat vacant. Be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be prepared and forwarded to Gloria Johnson, the legislative body of Knox County, the Honorable Bill Lee, Governor of the State of Tennessee, and the Honorable Trey Hargett, Secretary of State.
Representative Johnson, you are recognized in the well with your attorneys. All three of you have 20 minutes for comments. Whoever wishes to go first, you're recognized. Mr. Wendell.
Mr. Speaker and members, as a believer, I must recognize that today is Maundy Thursday, the day of betrayal. Let's go straight to the charging instrument. I'd like to direct each of your attention to the next to last paragraph on the first page of House Resolution 64. At approximately 10:49 a.m., Representative Johnson and her colleagues, having gathered at her desk, moved in unison and began shouting without recognition. I challenge the author of this document to come to this well and to tell Tennessee and America that that's a true statement. It is an absolute falsehood that has been perpetrated on this body. This woman did not shout, and that's the first particular that they charged her with. So if the author of this document can come up here, I'll yield the well. Please explain to this woman and to America why you committed a falsehood.
Representative Wendell, you can't ask people that, but who else would like to talk? You have 20 minutes. Is that the end of the opening? Mr. Wendell.
Let's move on to the second part of the bill of particulars. Top paragraph of page 2. Whereas during this time, Representative Johnson and her colleagues shouted. Again, a false statement for the second time, the second allegation, and both are false. Please come up and face the people and explain why you perpetrated a fraud on this woman in the state of Tennessee. Where is the sponsor of this document? It's unconscionable. Whereas during this time, Representative Johnson pounded the podium. Show me where she pounded the podium. Another outright lie. Somebody contradict me in this body. Please, somebody come up and set me straight that the first 3 comments about this woman are true, because it's an absolute falsehood. You just watched it on the video. Democracy is too precious for a supermajority to abuse it. Whereas during this time, Representative Johnson generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, including refusing to leave the well, sitting on the podium, and utilizing a sign displaying a political message. This is in the conjunctive. Again, an outright lie. She did not display a sign. Isn't it fitting these allegations are made during Holy Week? The author of this document should apologize not to her, but to the state of Tennessee. This is an outright fraud and an abomination in the United States of America. And not this is Tennessee's watching, America's watching. And I'll yield the podium anytime any member of this chamber wants to come up and defend this heinous action. This document is not only inaccurate, it's an outright distortion of her conduct. Any sessions court in the state of Tennessee in all 95 counties would dismiss this on a simple motion, but this body is going to take it seriously and try to oust somebody and subvert the will of the voters of Knoxville, Tennessee. I mean, do you know who Gloria Johnson is? Does anybody know her? I mean, who is Gloria Johnson? Is she the boogeyman? I mean, Gloria Johnson's a school teacher, a public school teacher, a special education school teacher. She's a sister, she's a daughter, she's an American, she's a Tennessean, she's a Farragut graduate, she's a graduate of the University of Tennessee, and a Girl Scout. Let me tell you what this lady is not. She's not a felon. She's not a misdemeanor. She's not a sex offender. She's not a target of a federal grand jury investigation. She's never had a single ethics violation, not one time in her service to Tennessee. She's simply put, she's never broken the public trust. Never, not one time. Many of you in this room, including me, do not agree with her political stances. Many of you don't. Some of you do, many don't. However, she doesn't work for you. She works for the people who live on Broadway, Nadine, Washington Avenue, and West Hills. Those are the people that sent her here, and the author of this document wants to take falsehoods and subvert the will of 70,000 voters. I'm sure most of you are going to be surprised that you vote with this woman 80% of the time. 80% of the time, the members of this body vote exactly the way she votes. America was born to protest. Thank the good Lord it was. 1688, the Germantown Quaker protest. 1773, the Tea Party. 1791, the Whiskey Rebellion. 1863, the New York City draft riots. 1913, right here, women's suffrage. 1963, March on D.C. 1969, protest against the Vietnam War. 1970, Kent State. 1973, the March for Life. 2009, the Tea Party protest. And 2011, Occupy Wall Street. I submit to this body that this document is absolute fraud. And whoever votes for it is going to perpetrate a fraud on America. This is democracy at stake. Please be aware. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, the proposal before you represents a dangerous turn entirely without precedent in the history of our great state. You just heard the charging document against Representative Johnson contains statements that are just not true. I would respectfully urge you to step back from this brink. President Reagan called democracy the most deeply honorable government ever devised by man. Each of you is here because you convinced your people, voter by voter, that you are best suited to be the guardians of their hopes and dreams. The same is true for the people who elected Representative Johnson and the other representatives for whom expulsion motions have been filed. You each know personally how hard it is to get elected, how seriously our best citizens take that process, how important it is that the people's will expressed in lawful elections be carried out. If anything, you know that our Tennessee Constitution protects the people's will, enforces democracy even more than its national counterpart. What has been proposed today is nothing less than the cancellation of the studied decisions of thousands of Tennessee voters. The charge today, the only charge, is that Representative Johnson and the other members violated the House rules. I, like you, have lived by those rules. Now, today I've heard what happened called a mutiny. Give me a break. Any of you that have served in this body more than a handful of months knows that when tempers are high, rules are bent, rules are broken. I have personally been in this chamber when on multiple occasions members came to blows, when members took videos improperly in violation of the rules. I have been here when members were locked in the chamber, when the speaker had to gavel down members who were directly against the rules, engaging in personal insults. I have been in this chamber when a member was so fearful he had to be guarded by a group of state troopers. In none of these situations did anyone ever even suggest that because the rules had been violated, there should be a significant sanction for a member. No, they just returned the chamber to calm and the chamber got back onto its business. Certainly no one ever suggested the ultimate sanction that you are proposing today. Often, these sorts of things I describe happen, as here, when the body is confronting highly charged, critical issues. For Tennesseans, the Covenant School shooting is not just a national tragedy, it's a personal issue. For us in Nashville, we know these people, we know the victims or their teachers or their friends. Representative Johnson's a teacher. As many of you know, she spends an enormous amount of time counseling and working with teachers here in Nashville and elsewhere. For her, the events at the school were a crushing personal tragedy, a huge burden. We saw tape today as represents the complete lack of due process in this particular proceeding. We've never gotten a straight answer about who took that tape that we were provided. But what did it show? It showed some members came to a well almost immediately. I hear after 5 seconds a recess was called. The members came to the well. Representative Johnson stood here, did not shout, as is stated, did not pound at the table, and after a short period of time engaged in a discussion with leadership and then peaceably left the chamber. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was threatened. This is the sort of situation that has often occurred on the floor of this House, and no one has ever suggested these grave sanctions. Expulsion under these circumstances, as all of you know, would have no precedent in Tennessee or elsewhere. In Tennessee, the sanction of expulsion has been reserved always for the worst of the worst sort of behavior, for taking a bribe, for being involved in multiple incidents of sexual misconduct. In Tennessee, expulsion has always involved a lengthy process of investigation where witnesses were interviewed, where Committees were formed to evaluate the charges. What's happening here, both procedurally and given the accusations, has no precedent whatsoever in the history of this state. And members, our historic treatment of expulsion reflects the treatment throughout the United States. I heard some members suggest that what we're doing is lawful, what you're doing is lawful, what you're doing is consistent with the law, with precedent. Completely not true. In 2020, the Idaho House expelled a member. What for? For conspiring to defraud the U.S. government after conviction. In 2018, an Arizona representative was expelled for engaging in a pattern of sexual harassment over many, many years. In New York, assemblymen have been expelled when they were convicted of felonies like wire fraud, mail fraud. In Massachusetts, a representative in 2014 was expelled after being convicted of assaulting a woman who declined to have sexual relations with him. These are the sorts of grave and criminal activities that have resulted in this sort of extraordinary sanction. I haven't heard anybody on this floor cite a single example of somebody being expelled from a legislative body based on these sort of flimsy charges. This is not just unprecedented in the state of Tennessee, it has no precedent in the United States of America. You can read the proposed resolution. The behavior at issue is that Representative Johnson was standing in the well trying to process with the citizens of this state a horrific attack on a school just down the road. That's what she's accused of doing. Step back for a moment. Can anybody seriously suggest that expulsion from this body is an appropriate sanction for that activity? Members, I'd urge you to pause. This proposal has come very precipitously. In contrast to past expulsions, organized by speakers of both parties, there's been no organized investigation. No committee has been formed. No testimony has been taken. Apparently, nobody even bothered to proofread the charging document to see whether it applied to each particular individual. The press accounts that have been the basis for most persons' understanding of what happened have at times painted an accurate and incomplete picture. They should not be the basis for action by this body. Decisions of this extraordinary gravity should be made, if at all, after a thoughtful investigation and evaluation. Proceeding now without such an investigation is totally unnecessary and completely out of odds with the normal functioning of this body. Tennesseans from Cordell Hull to Fred Thompson to Diane Nash have so often led the fight to protect the rule of law and enforce and protect our freedoms. Make no mistake, expulsion under these circumstances for each individual proposed to be expelled is a grave departure from this tradition. It will damage this body. It will damage the reputation of the Tennessee legislature. Many of you are fully aware that citizens of both parties are shocked at what is occurring today. These accused members have committed no crime, no act of moral turpitude. Their actions bear no relationship to the sort of actions for which expulsion has traditionally been used. You all took a pledge this morning. You pledged to uphold our form of government. You have pledged when you join this body to uphold the law. That means exercising the power granted to you by the people in a manner that makes sense, that's informed by the facts before you, and that doesn't just entirely depart from the law as it has always been applied. Voting to cancel 3 lawful elections, doing so without any meaningful investigation, is the opposite of upholding the law. This is the ultimate dangerous precedent, and it puts every member's seat at risk. A vote for expulsion under the present circumstances is a vote against due process. It's a vote against the longstanding traditions of this body, against the rule of law, against freedom of expression, and most importantly, entirely against the will of the people. These votes will make our state the opposite of a city on the hill. Step back, reconsider. Don't add your support for this lawless, arbitrary, completely unprecedented action. I, Representative Wendell, and Representative Johnson will be available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Mr. Wendell, the rule to suspend was only Representative Johnson would be able to take questions. Your role was limited to just comments under when we suspended the rules. Representative Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, your attorneys have challenged the accuracy of the factual allegations in the resolution. So I'm going to spend my 5 minutes just walking through those allegations with you.
Representative Wendell. But Representative Wendell, the rule, hang on. Hey, stop the, Mr. Clerk, please stop the clock. Mr. Wendell, please, that is not appropriate. The suspension of the rules request, Mr. Clerk, can we just go back over what that was? Hang on. Just 1 second. 1 second. Mr. Clerk, read what the motion was.
Mr. Speaker, this was the motion that was made and carried without objection by the body. Motion to suspend the rules to allow Representative Justin Jones, Representative Gloria Johnson, Representative Justin Pearson 20 minutes in such members' opening remarks on the resolution that contains their name in the caption, and that if requested, their attorneys be allowed to make remarks during that same 20 minutes, and that the members named be allowed 5 minutes in closing remarks.
Mr. Clerk, can you explain when we voted on that? Can you tell us what the vote was?
Mr. Speaker, that motion was carried without objection from the body.
All right, Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have a point of order here. In regards to whatever some of the line of questions are, is it possible under the rules that the attorney can answer some of these questions? Because some of these questions are being pointed at the attorney's presentation, not the representative's presentation.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the motion that was carried and just made, the only thing that was suspended for the attorneys was for them to make remarks during the opening 20 minutes. That is not to say that the attorneys could not be in the well with Representative Johnson to advise her along the way.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but for clarity purposes, can the attorneys answer questions from the members?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, absent a further suspension of the rules, no, they cannot.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Towns.
Mr. Speaker, what I don't understand is that how do you have attorneys in the well or in the court, as it's become today, that cannot respond for their client? Now, to me, that makes no sense anywhere you go. They're legal technicians, tacticians, and that's what she needs, or what any member who brought or felt the need to have an attorney need to have happen, is for that legal counsel to be able to articulate to whatever that particular issue is of the day. Now, had that been explained earlier, no one would vote for you to have an attorney here and your attorney not be able to say something in your behalf. That's insanity. That further looks like my hands are tied behind my back. I have legal counsel, but my legal counsel can't talk for me. That means I'm a man walking the gallows, and I know, because I cannot deal with the legal jargon and the legal interpretation. So there should be something that we can do at this point, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Towns, yes, sir.
My question to you, Mr. Speaker, what is it that we can do at this point where a member, this member, her legal counsel can respond to questions? What is our parliamentary procedure? I know.
Representative Towns.
Yes, sir.
I will let Mr. Clerk answer the procedure. What I can tell you is there was a motion made by Leader Lambert to suspend the rules. In that, he stated such of what the motion was very clearly. We put it before the body. We asked if there was any objections. There were no objections by anyone on the House floor. Therefore, it was approved by unanimous consent. That's where we're at. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, this was done via a suspension of the rules because, as you know, those who are not members are not allowed to talk on the floor during those proceedings. It was for that limited purpose that the attorneys be able to speak during the 20 minutes of opening statements. It would take a subsequent suspension of the rules to allow the attorneys to speak in any other form.
Representative Towns.
So I'm hearing that it would take us a subsequent suspension in order to allow the attorneys to speak on their behalf.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that's correct.
Representative Towns.
To make that motion then.
That would be a motion to suspend the rules to allow the attorneys to answer questions for Representative Johnson. That's a proper motion. It was properly seconded. Mr. Clerk.
Get it right.
And for the record, that motion has been reduced to writing and presented to the clerk's desk, stating, I move to suspend the rules to allow counsel to answer questions from the body.
Representative Towns.
As need be. Okay, we got it in right. That's fine, sir. That's the motion from me, sir.
All right. Leader Lambert.
Mr. Chairman, on this suspension of the rules, if I could ask the clerk to remind the body as to what would be required for this motion to be successful. Majority or 2/3? I believe it's 2/3, but just wanted to double check.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, it's 2/3 of those entitled, which is 66 votes.
All right. Representative Bolso. On the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose the motion on two bases, one procedural, one substantive. First, procedurally, this motion is untimely. We began this process of dealing with these three resolutions with a motion to suspend the rules that was to apply to all three. Now we are in the middle of the process attempting to change the procedural rules that apply to our deliberations. That is inappropriate. Second, as a matter of substance, the party to the resolution is the representative from Knox County. It is appropriate for members to address questions to the party the way you would to a party in a civil proceeding to a defendant, lawyers are not allowed to testify on behalf of parties or on behalf of witnesses. What we are about to do is to ask the representative from Knox County questions. It would be highly inappropriate as a substantive matter to allow attorneys to respond to questions that the representative is obligated to respond to under our rules of procedure. For both of those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I oppose this motion.
Representative Towns.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. To my new representative on the House floor, this is not to be run like a courtroom. This is not a shop that adheres to the rules of the court. This is our body, and we can do those things. They've never been where we cannot make a motion in the middle of a situation or a scenario like this. If it were you there, I would do the same thing, because if she needs her legal counsel to share something as it relates to the law or something that's going to help her defense, should be allowed to do it. It's not taking the skin off anybody's back, but it's just giving her fair process and making the body admit or adhere to the integrity that it has had. So I still like for that motion to carry, sir. I really would.
Representative Akeem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier in this process, a film was shown, a clip, and had not been shared with our colleagues who were essentially on trial. And I mean, if we're going to have equity, if we're going to have fairness, I really question, I'm asking, were rules and guidelines shared with both parties before this process started? And it appears not, when that film was an example of that. So I would ask some leeway, Mr. Speaker, for the attorneys to address those questions that may be appropriate. Thank you, sir.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the motion was that the council can respond if asked a question or referred to by the body, not to answer for Representative Johnson. I know that Representative Johnson, under the rules, can seek counsel to answer a question and then respond herself. But the motion is, just to be clear, that if a question is posed to the council, they may respond. I just want to make sure we're clear about that.
Chairman Clemens, I understand. You ready to vote? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there was the statement by the freshman representative was off point on that matter. Thank you.
We will take that under advisement. Any objection to calling the question? Seeing none, we are voting. All those in favor of the motion, vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 21, 67 nays.
Motion fails. Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, the resolution states that at approximately 10:49 a.m., you and your colleagues gathered at your desk. That is a true statement, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I'm not certain on the time, but that's probably right. They're very close.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The resolution goes on that you and your colleagues moved in unison to the well. That also is a true statement, correct?
Representative Johnson.
Yes, we did walk to the well together.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The resolution goes on that you and your colleagues began shouting without recognition. That is true, correct?
Representative Johnson.
No, sir, that is not true. This resolution is my understanding, it's about me. I went to the well and I did not speak. And as a matter of fact, I will say that when my colleagues spoke, they were not yelling because this microphone was on. And as long as this microphone was on, and I don't even remember which colleague it was, I stood with them. But as long as this microphone was on, they spoke to the microphone and did not yell. When the microphone was cut and the speaker called recess, I think that's when the megaphone came out, but I absolutely never yelled. This is about me as I understand it with this resolution.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let's just walk through it slowly. You will agree that your two colleagues, one from Shelby County, one from Davidson County, used a bullhorn to address the gallery, correct?
Representative Johnson.
It is correct that a small megaphone was used, and yes, I stood with my colleagues, but the video showed what I was doing.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the video shows that you were chanting with your colleagues, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I believe that the charges were that I was yelling and I was not yelling.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But my question, Representative, was this. Do you agree that you were in the well chanting?
Representative Johnson.
I agree that I was in the well, but I can tell you that my voice was no louder than the members having conversations all around this room during the recess.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let's put volume to one side. We saw on the videotape, did we not, that you were chanting, quote, "Enough is enough," close quote.
Representative Johnson.
That's probably true, yes, but it was not yelling, and my voice was no louder than the conversations going on in this room, even occasionally some yelling a little bit across the floor to each other. That was also going on. I stood with my colleagues. I stand with my colleagues. And we may have broken a house rule coming to the well, but much of this document is false.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You will agree that you also were chanting from the well, quote, "Power to the people," close quote, and, quote, "No action, no peace," close quote. You chanted both of those slogans from the well, correct?
Representative Johnson.
What I'm going to say to you is I did not speak in a voice louder than any other member on this floor. You may make of it what you will.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, we can certainly agree on this. You were speaking from the well without having been recognized by the speaker, correct?
Representative Johnson.
During the recess, yes, we did that.
Representative Bolso.
You also agree that you approached the well without recognition from the speaker, correct?
Representative Johnson.
As I said, I may have broken a rule in approaching the well, but much.
Hang on, she gets to continue. Representative Johnson.
Much of what is in this document is false.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a sad day that I rise, but I'm going to start up really trying to focus on the positive. I'm from Knox County, as is Representative Johnson. I may call her Gloria because we're friends. But for those of you all that don't know, and I like the fact that Representative from Williamson County brought it up, you know, her campaign tag is standing tall. And that's what she does. That's kind of who she is. She's not loud, she's not long, but she stands. And so, you know, she stood through keeping her hands up for 45 minutes and not getting recognized prior to me coming on. She stood through not having an office literally in a closet, to having the smallest office known to man for a lady that is of significant height. She stood through that and she continued to serve because that's where her heart is. Her heart is about, you know, service. And that's what she does. We've had a lot go on here. And you know, folks are holding this meeting today, or the actual calendar, up as this is the way we should do business. And you're right. This ain't what we've been doing all year. I want the folks listening, if you saw today's regular session, this is not how we're treated. Our biggest problem that we've had is just shutting our voice off. We've been begging you all, don't shut our voice off. You know, when you take clothes and you put them in a washing machine, hot or cold water, it's not the water that cleans the clothes. And that's what we've been saying. We've been sitting in water. It's the agitation that gets the results. I don't condone what happened, but it is not worth expelling a member that represents 70,000 people. It's not worth that. Gloria and I are unique compared to the other three and from our county. Plans are being made already by our mayor, W.W.E. Kane, to usurp the process and bring a Republican down. That's not fair. Gloria won her district double digit. President Biden won he won that district double digit. But that's what's going to happen. Is that fair? Why am I saying that? Actions have consequences. Hopefully unintended consequences. But I'm letting you know that's a consequence. She's not from Knoxville. My freshman year, we had another colleague from Knox County come and just, I don't have words for it, came with an asinine Hillsdale College explanation of how the Monroe document was actually a good thing for African Americans. And the next day, I'm on national news radio, television, and you know what I did? I showed the man grace. I could have thrown him directly under the bus, but I didn't. He actually thanked me for that. People make mistakes. He realizes that that's a mistake today, but he was shown grace. We had another member, when there was another ruckus, saying, put him on a leash. One of my African-American, soon to be expelled colleagues. That was wrong. I didn't make a big deal out of it. Went to that man on man, and said, hey, that's not right. We had a conversation about it. But what we're doing today is just, it's horrific. It is horrific. And I beg you, I'm pleading with you, do not continue with this process. We need sound minds, and we need representation. In Representative Johnson's case, her district would not be represented properly.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate that's very true. The comments you made about how many times my voice has been silenced as long as I've been here, raising my hand for 45 minutes on the floor and not being called on. I was actually told by the speaker that was in retaliation for some other thing he thought was incorrect that I did. And when I was the lone vote against a Republican speaker, I was moved to a closet-sized office and had to stay there for a year. It was during COVID. There was no room to social distance. I couldn't have someone in my office, couldn't close the door, had no work table for the people who came up from my district. You're not silencing my voice. You're silencing the voice of 70,000 Tennesseans that sent me here, that care deeply about gun violence and Medicaid expansion and public schools. And we are continually silenced on the floor on those issues and more. And today, my colleague is right. Today does not look anything like every other day in the legislature. With all of these cameras here across the country, we're all getting allowed to speak, and there's a little more debate on the issues, and this is great. If this is how we behaved every day, maybe my colleagues could have spoken from our desks on an issue that is so incredibly important. You all, I'm just going to bet none of you have been in a classroom waiting for your class to come in, preparing your classroom, when you see a door open up at the cafeteria, children running down the hall, running down the hill. I had an outdoor classroom, screaming, crying, in terror. Kids I didn't even know also ran into my classroom because that's who I was. People in the school who I didn't have in class came to me for comfort. And I stood there trying to figure out what happened because they couldn't even articulate it for quite a bit of time, and found out that one of our students was shot and killed in the cafeteria while everyone was there, including the police, including the principals, including our other security. And I spent that day comforting those children, waiting for their parents to come and pick them up. And when my kids all got picked up, I went up to the circle and stood there. I don't even remember how many hours that day until every child, we connected every child with every parent. And you're just in shock. You're moving in shock. The trauma on those faces, you will never, ever forget. I don't want to forget it. And if I'm not allowed to speak that issue, that is why I walked up to this well, to stand with my other colleagues who were tired of having their voices cut off when we are trying to speak about violence in our classrooms, violence in our churches, violence in our restaurants and our grocery stores. I have to raise the voice of the people in my district. And I did what I felt those folks wanted me to do. It's not a secret. My folks sent me here because they know I'm a fighter. They know I will fight for them. My friends in school all call me Little Miss Law and Order because I'm a rule follower. And I know that rules sometimes have to be broken, and sometimes you have to get in good trouble, as another one of my colleagues said. And I felt that this issue was in my heart. It was compelling me to come forward and address this issue. And I stood with my colleagues, and they are great at making people understand and making people listen. And I stood with them, and they were a voice for me. And I stood with them because we all feel our voices are being silenced, and something had to be said.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You stated just a few minutes ago, Representative, that the facts set out in the resolution were false. Let me just explore that with you a little more, if I could. The resolution goes on and says that once you and your colleagues gathered in the well, that you were called out of order. That is a true statement, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I remember, I guess they gavelled out of order. I don't remember. I remember the mic being cut. That's the thing that I remember most.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, if in fact the videotape shows that you got to the well and were gavelled out of order by the speaker, you would not dispute that, correct?
Representative Johnson.
What is my crime, sir? What? You continue to ask this question. I think we've been through it over and over and over. I came to the well. I stood with my colleagues. I fought for my constituents in a quiet, non-desk pounding, whatever it said about holding up signs or whatever. But I came here and I stood because I did it for the kids in my district, for the kids in the state, for the kids in this community. And you are continually asking the same question. You're gonna get the same answer.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I'm simply exploring a claim you made here that the facts in this resolution are false. And my last question was simply whether, in fact, it was true that once you got to the well, the videotape shows that you were gavelled out of order. Now, if the videotape shows that, you do not dispute that, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I think I've answered that question. I've explained it over and over. You are beating a dead horse. What is my crime?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the resolution continues that after you were gavelled out of order, that you proceeded to disrupt the proceedings of the House of Representatives. That is a true statement, correct?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, it is not. We were in recess, and we stood up here for a few more minutes after recess, and then we went and left the floor. So during recess, we were standing up here. You are correct. But it was recess, and we weren't in session.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me approach it this way. Representative, you agree that your conduct violated House rules, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I may have gone to the well without permission, but the charges in this statement are false.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it simply a fact, Representative, that you did violate the House rules?
Representative Johnson.
Isn't it simply a fact that I answered that? I may have broken the rule when I went to the House floor, but most of the facts in this are not true.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you went to the well and spoke without recognition in violation of House rules, you expected to be disciplined. Isn't that true?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't speak when I went to the well. I'm not really sure what you're referring to.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it true, Representative, that you expected to be disciplined for your conduct on March the 30th?
Representative Johnson.
I don't know. I knew that it was possible because I did understand the rule. However, I have seen far, far worse in this body. I have talked to colleagues. I actually saw former Representative McCormick the other day. And I also I remember a conversation with Representative Ryan Haynes where he told me when he was getting sworn in and his mom and family were sitting beside him and someone started coming and banging on the desk and everything was jumping and going crazy, it scared his mom to death.
Representative Keene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I want to pose a question to my colleagues. Is it worth it? is it worth it to have representatives come in here not knowing all of the information that is being proposed against them, and to have this procedure where we, in a sense, making it on the fly as to what is appropriate and what is inappropriate? Now, I'm asking, I keep hearing violating rules. I don't remember them hitting anybody or anything of that nature. But if we think about it, I believe at one time or another, we all have violated rules within this body. And asking my colleagues once again, what are we getting out of it? I mean, if we don't have our way, you're wrong. Think about it. We have to not just think about it, but look at it from the viewpoint of the perspective of a person who is not in agreement with you. If we're going to be fair and equitable, we need to see it from the eyes of the other person. My colleagues, 3 of them, were responding to the changes that many citizens feel that we need to consider, gun laws. And what I'm saying is that mothers, fathers, their children, suburbs, in the rural communities, and in the cities, I believe they are saying to this body, not just we want a change, there has to be a change if we're going to deal with the safety and security of the children of this state. And in my view, my colleagues were responding to that need. And what are we here for if we're not striving to respond to the needs of our people? And, you know, should we give consideration to closing our eyes and saying, if it's a person down the street from me who's been shot, is it a member of my family who's been shot? Would I react in the same manner that is being proposed right now? One of our colleagues, you've already removed from this body. So I'm saying that many of us in this body espouse to be children of God, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Now, I strive to say that's the head of my life. That is my leader. And you know, there's this little band that people used to have on their wrist. What would Jesus do? Are we doing that in which our Lord and Savior would do to that average person? We need each other. There are so many perils in this world, and we think we've got it made. We're in control. The world will bend to what it is we want it to be. That's not reality. And I would ask that we give consideration to what they were responding to, the concerns of children in letters that have been sent not only to myself, but to others, afraid to go back to school. Parents afraid to leave their children at school. We are all in this together. And you know, it's interesting that we have not found a way of sitting down, talking about the reality of coming together to make those necessary changes for our citizens. Remind you, we are in this together, and what is being done here today does not bring us any closer together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you bringing up that others have broken rules. Well, just this week on Monday night, what looked like a Monday night football brawl, and you know, when there's a bad call on the field, we had members in here, one who shoved one and stole his phone, and people were having to separate members from each other. Actual physical contact, actual folks coming in, shoving someone, stealing their phone, and having to pull people apart. And it's remarkable to me that that's not being talked about, but this 6 or 7 minute disturbance up here, that whatever you want to call it, what we call coming to the well to lift the voices of the people that we serve, the voices of my district, where more than 50% of the Republicans in my district want red flag laws. More than 50%. An overwhelming majority of all parties in my district want red flag laws. They want safe storage laws. They want universal background checks and closing loopholes. I was bringing their voice to this body, and it felt like the only way possible that day was to join my colleagues and make sure that the people outside, the thousands who would come, the mothers that I talked to before I came in that told me they had dropped off their kids that morning before coming here, were in tears about the safety of their children, how hard it was for them to drop off their kids. And I understood what they meant because I saw the faces that day, August 21st in 2008, where parents were coming in, where we lost one of our special ed students, Ryan McDonald, who was always a cut up. Lost him that day. A lot of friends lost a friend. A lot of teachers lost a student that they loved. And certainly his family miss him still every single day. And there's not a day that goes by when I'm sitting in a school for whatever reason. I am retired, but I'm in schools a lot. I'll be sitting in a school and I'll hear a siren. Because the next thing I heard after all the kids came running down to my classroom and kind of was just figuring out what was happening, just a rush of sirens. Every single day now, if I'm in a school and I hear a siren, I jump. Every single time. Because you just never get that out of your head. We can do something about this. We are the only country in the world with this type of gun violence problem. We all know what some of the solutions are. We have seen, we have the data. There are things that we can do. And my voters sent me here to speak specifically to that issue because that was one of the things that I heard on thousands of doorsteps for a year.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, will you agree that your conduct on March 30th was wrongful?
Representative Johnson.
My conduct on that day was what I felt compelled in my heart to do for my constituents. That is your answer, sir.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you agree, Representative, that your conduct on March the 30th constituted disorderly behavior?
Representative Johnson.
I don't think I'm going to agree with you on anything, quite frankly. I mean, we've voted the same a lot of time in this body, but what I'm going to agree to is that I may have broken a rule, but the words in this document are false, and I did what I was compelled to do based on speaking for the voters in my district who were begging me to bring this issue forward.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me move to a different topic, Representative, regarding coordination. Before the session began on March 30, you and the other two representatives had discussed your plans to occupy the well, correct?
Representative Johnson.
That is absolutely incorrect.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You intended to disrupt the House proceedings that morning, correct?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is, Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely incorrect.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You knew and expected that the Speaker would cut off the microphone in the well, correct?
Representative Johnson.
As he cuts off our microphones a lot, I thought that was possible, yes.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And is that why you and your colleagues brought a megaphone to the well?
Representative Johnson.
Is this resolution about my colleagues or is this about me?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Did you have difficulty understanding the question, Representative?
Representative Johnson.
Oh, I understand pretty well.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are you the person who brought the bullhorn into the chamber?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much for that question. I am so happy you asked that. I absolutely did not. A lot of you folks passed a lot of gossip around about where that megaphone came from, and let's just talk about it right now. Because a friend of mine came in the morning and walked with me through the tunnel, and she didn't know if the protesters were going to be inside or outside. Her name is Margot Price. You might have heard of her. Anyway, we got upstairs and the protest was not indoors. So she said, well, I want to go outside where the protest is. And I said, well, here, you're going to want your megaphone out there. So at the doors, I handed her her megaphone and she went outside. Later, she messaged me and she says she's coming back up. I know I can't bring my megaphone in. Can you put it in your scooter? And I said, absolutely. And so we put the megaphone in the scooter. I talked to two troopers who watched me do it, and they watched me put it, and they said to me, would you please not get that out the rest of the day? And I said, absolutely, to them. The megaphone was this big. It had an attached microphone. So much for the gossip. That megaphone never left my scooter. It's on my office now. If anybody would like town to go down and look for prints, it'll have my prints and Miss Margot Price prints on it.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on your responses, Representative, it seems that you do not view your conduct as wrongful, and that if you thought it appropriate, there might be another occasion when you'll take the well without the permission of the Speaker and hijack House proceedings. Isn't that true?
Representative Johnson.
You know, you're reading minds again, and it's happened a couple of times today. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible, but I don't like to have my mind read. And if we conduct business like we have today, where people get to speak, I don't think it'll ever happen again, to be quite honest. Because when people are allowed to talk, when people are allowed to speak up for the folks that sent them here, then we can get things done. We can come to the table. We can talk about the importance of protecting kids' lives, not after the guns come to the schoolhouse, to the gym, or to the library, or wherever it all happens, but before the guns ever get to the doors. Prevent gun violence in schools. It seems like some people here they want tanks and they want security. They want this violence at our schools. We need to make sure those guns don't get there. And that's what we need to be talking about.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I rise, first of all, to say that I've been around here long enough to know that when we have these long discussions, we pretty well know how the vote's going to turn out before we ever vote. So I don't think I need to guess how this vote will turn out. But I rise to speak on behalf of myself, Representative Pearson, Representative Johnson, Representative Jones, and all of us in this chamber. I want to share just a little quick story with you all. And I didn't rise to point fingers at who is right and who's wrong in those things, but I just want to share a story that I read that will eventually affect all of us. You may get it by the time you get home. It may be tomorrow, it may be next week, it might even be next year, next 2 years. But there's a story in the Bible about Jesus coming down from the mountain early in the morning. And when he arrives at the temple, and I'm sure many of you read this, these men said to him, "Master, we caught this woman in adultery in the very act. And we know what the law of Moses says. The law of Moses says, stone her, kill her. But what do you say?" The Bible says Jesus wrote something on the ground. And when he wrote that on the ground, the oldest, including all the youngest of those men, start walking out the room. And Jesus asked that woman who was caught in the very act of adultery, "Where is thine accusers?" And she said, "I have none." And he said, "Neither do I. Go and sin no more." Thank you.
Representative Jernigan.
Thank you, Speaker. Representative Johnson, did you hold up a sign?
Representative Johnson.
No, I did not.
Representative Jernigan.
Did you pound the table?
Representative Johnson.
No, I did not.
Representative Jernigan.
Did you yell?
Representative Johnson.
No, sir.
Representative Jernigan.
Members, during the opening remarks, Colonel Wendell went through a couple of falsehoods and he challenged every member on this body to dispute it. And there was silence, crickets, including from the sponsors of the resolution, who did not dispute it. But when it came time, when opening statements were over with, the sponsor, the first thing he did was get rid of the lawyers. Now, I don't know. I wouldn't want to be up against Colonel Wendell or Captain Stewart either. But I've yet to hear anyone challenge those falsehoods that are in this resolution. We can't vote on a resolution that's poorly written. So I would ask you and urge you to vote no on expelling her, because this resolution is poorly written. It cannot be defended, and there is just too many falsehoods within it. Thank you.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you've heard several references to the Bible this morning, primarily from the New Testament. And one thing that is significant is that forgiveness always follows contrition. It always follows penance. It follows someone taking responsibility for conduct. What you've heard here this afternoon from the representative from Knox County is not contrition. She's not even willing to agree with me on anything, that her conduct was disorderly or that she disrupted the proceedings. She wouldn't even agree not to do it again. That's why this issue of forgiveness does not factor into the equation this afternoon at all. What you've heard from these representatives who are the subject of the resolutions is that they believe what they did was right, and we have no guarantee whatsoever that they're not going to do it again. We have an obligation to protect the integrity of this body. What we saw on March the 30th had not happened, so far as anyone can remember, at any time in the prior 227 years of our state's history. That's point number one. Forgiveness follows contrition. It follows penance. We have neither. And then secondly, with regard to the facts, you know, we've heard these broad statements that the facts contained in the resolution are inaccurate. And I think we've demonstrated that's not true. Because I walked through with the representative the first 5 or 6 facts in the resolution, and she agreed that they were all true. And then we got to a point that she wouldn't answer the questions anymore. Because as we continue to walk through the resolution, what we see is exactly what was evidenced by the videotape. We see that they proceeded to disrupt the proceedings. We see that collectively, this representative and the other 2 pounded on the podium, led chants with citizens in the gallery, and generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct. That's exactly what they did. They are all 3 in this together. They acted in unison. They acted in concert. One is just as responsible for the parts of the disruption as the other. That is what is in the nature of coordinated conduct or a conspiracy. Each member is responsible for the conduct of the conspiracy as a whole. They approached the well in unison. They disrupted the proceedings in unison. They are responsible together. And then the resolution goes on that these representatives generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, including refusing to leave the well, sitting on the podium, and using a sign displaying a political message. We saw every bit of that in the video. Collectively, these 3 did every one of those things. And collectively, that unquestionably constitutes disorderly behavior in violation of Article 2, Section 12 of our Constitution. And so the question, members, whether these representatives remain in the House or whether we put them outside the House, they have already answered for us. They, by their conduct, voluntarily put themselves outside of the Constitution. They put themselves outside of the rule. They are unrepentant about it. They're willing, apparently, to do it again. They tried to shred our Constitution with a bullhorn, but it did not work. We had a speaker and a Constitution that was too strong. It's been here since 1796, and I urge every member to uphold the Constitution and vote in favor of the resolution. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, my colleague for the, I'm not sure how many times, was reading my mind again, put words in my mouth and said things that I never said. That might be what he extrapolated from my words, from something, but that is absolutely not something I said. I'm not going to agree with a lot of his terminology because it's not factually based. If you wanted to collectively address us, then you should have put us all in the same resolution. But instead, you chose to separate out the members. So if a resolution was written well, it would have addressed my behavior, because according to this is a resolution about my consequences.
Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly have empathy for my colleague from Williamson County because I know what it's like to try a lawsuit with a witness who doesn't answer the way that you want them to answer a question. It's easy in a lawsuit because an objection is available, because asked and answered is an objection. In here, unfortunately, in this body, we only have a limited time, but just because you ask the same question 15 times and don't get the answer you want doesn't mean the facts change. Every member of this body, or every member who's a subject of a resolution today for expulsion, must be judged on their own merits. Every single resolution. She can't be held responsible, representative can't be held responsible for the conduct of another member. You can only vote based on what she did. The record thus far simply proves that Representative Johnson walked from there to there. And you want to expel her for that? She did not raise her voice. She did not yell. She did not pound the desk. She did not hold a megaphone. She didn't have a button on. She did nothing. She walked from there to there. And ladies and gentlemen, the only rule in our rules that speaks to this is no crowding about the clerk's desk. Members shall not crowd or stand about the clerk's desk. Well, every one of us is guilty of that. Everybody in here has walked up here without permission from the speaker or from anybody and stood up here, talked to the clerk, or when somebody else was introducing a bill. You don't expel someone for that. That's the only fact that has been proven. And you can't hold collectively. That's not a standard. That's not the standard to which she's supposed to be judged. You can't judge her for what others did. Her conduct. It's her conduct should be judged on the merits. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, we had to suspend the rules for every part of this process today. That's because our rules don't even speak or lay out a process for this type of conduct, because it's that rare. We never even think we're going to have to use it, so we don't even put rules in place to govern this. That's why we had to suspend the rules, because it is an extraordinary event reserved for extraordinarily bad conduct. Walking from there to there does not rise to the level of expulsion. And that's the only fact that has been proven today. Now, I'm limited on time here, but ultimately, I don't know if you're upset about the message that was trying to be conveyed. I don't know if you're mad at the messenger. I've heard many of you say in reference to Representative Johnson that you can't be an activist and a legislator. Well, guess what? That's not your decision to make. It's the people of Knox County's decision to make what type of legislator they want representing them. You don't get to make that decision. At the worst, you were inconvenienced for a few minutes on that day, and apparently that seems to be grounds for expulsion. This whole process is disrespectful of the rule of law. It's disrespectful of the victims of gun violence, who we should be discussing today rather than this nonsense. It's disrespectful of the cause of so many deaths across our community. We should be spending this time of legislation to protect our communities. But instead, you're asking to expel somebody for walking from there to there. Now, in this last minute I have, I want to tell you this. You may not agree with Representative Johnson. You may not get along with Representative Johnson. Trust me, Representative Johnson has given me the what's what more than any of you can ever dream of. And rightfully so. But let me tell you, I have 24 members, 23 now, and you were looking to expel one more, one of only 2 women in my caucus, a woman, a teacher, and a woman who has the biggest heart of anybody in this body. You are depriving this body of her perspective. She drove some of you to tears weeks ago, and that voice is necessary, and you want to silence it. Shame on you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that one thing that we have to look at, I'm 60 years old and my colleagues are much younger. The younger generation, I am so proud of. I love them, I love working with them, and I trust that they are going to make a change. And we're starting to see that change in this body, and I stand with them. We may not do things exactly the same. The younger generation is not going to do things the same way that all of us do, of 1 and 2 generations down the road. But they're strong, they're going to fight, they are smart, they are amazing speakers, and they connect with their voters. And they connect with their voters by speaking directly to them. And they did that during a recess. And I was there with them, and I stood with them because our hearts were the same. Our hearts were there for our constituents who cared deeply, for the children that begged us to do something to protect them. I was out there at 7 a.m., conversations all morning with moms and kids, people, staff at Covenant that I wasn't able to recognize on the floor that had reached out to me because I was a teacher. And we just have to do something. And as long as we are not allowed the voice to represent our districts on an issue so critically important that has impacted my life. I went to Denver, Colorado in 2001, the year after Columbine, to take a job at Dakota Ridge High School, which was about 2 miles away from Columbine. And some of the kids from Columbine who could not go back into that school went to Dakota Ridge. Some went to Chatfield, which was about 2 miles in another direction. I was at Dakota Ridge. When I got there, I saw the trauma that these kids had been through. I wrote a program. I wrote a grant for a program very similar to a program we had in Knoxville that addressed mental health. It did wonders. We had a counselor, we had a psychologist, and we were able to help those kids. And we are looking for solutions so that it never happens again. It should never, ever happen again for any parent, for any child, for any classroom. And many of my colleagues walk past those folks without ever making eye contact with them. I cried with them that morning. I told them that I understood. I told them we would lift their voices and try to get something of substance done, something that would keep the guns from never getting to the schoolhouse doors. And that is why I walked to the front with my colleagues who felt the same, because their generation is a generation that has come up in this gun violence. I'm going to stand with them. I've seen it. I've heard them. I've tried to work with them. We can do better. We are better than this, Tennessee. We are. We can acknowledge that there are things that we can do to get guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them. There's plenty of research out there. We can do that by having those discussions. But folks weren't even willing to recognize those folks, who they were, why they were here, and tell them, we see you, we hear you, and we care about making your communities and your schools safer.
Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye. When the bell rings, those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 71, 23 nays.
Previous question prevails. Representative Johnson has 5 minutes to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to say some names. Evelyn, Hallie, William, Cynthia, Catherine, Mike, Ryan McDonald. I've spent much of my life dedicated to helping children. Appreciate you guys. You just made me get teary-eyed. And I really want to thank you for standing with me, because I know you care about children. And I hear a lot of talk about caring about children, but I continue to hear no one having conversations about things that will prevent gun violence from coming to our doors. There are so many things we could do that would change the trajectory of where we're headed. More school shootings, more church shootings, more Waffle House shootings, all of these, theater shootings. It's happening everywhere, folks. There's one common denominator. It's the guns. It's the people that have the guns, because we are not doing anything to make sure that people who are not safe don't have guns. I'm a gun owner. I have a gun. I took a class so that I would know how to use that gun. I trained with my nephews, a Marine and an Air Force member. I shoot regularly because I think you have to be responsible. It's responsibly stored. It was my father's service revolver. It laid on his dresser every night when he came home, and we didn't touch it. And we knew not to touch it. But we grew up with that. But my father believed in things that we can do to prevent gun violence. My Marine nephew came home from losing his best friend in Afghanistan, went to live with his best friend's family because they were without their child in Massachusetts. And his business was manufacturing guns in Massachusetts. He told me about the restrictions that they had there. And he said, as a gun manufacturer, these are protecting us. These are protecting kids. I sat down with him for hours to talk about what things made sense to you guys as manufacturers, and what things did you think were a bridge too far. Not only did he talk to me about it, but he collectively got online with a lot of his colleagues in the same sort of business and sought agreement from all of them. This is the way we get to solutions. But we've got to have those conversations. We have got to be allowed to stand up and speak for our constituents. And we have to welcome this younger generation who might do it a little bit differently, but they are fighting like hell for their constituents. And that's what they sent them here for. That's what they're doing. It's going to look different, you guys. The next generation always does. Respect the human dignity of every citizen in the state of Tennessee, and not just the ones that look like you, and not just the ones that agree with you. We've done so much damage up here to vulnerable communities this year, and now we're doing damage by not addressing the concerns of the families and the children. I cannot tell you how many phone calls I got from Republicans and Democrats and independents from my district saying thank you. And from outside of my district in Knox County, from many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisles districts, Republicans I heard from. We want action. Our hearts compelled us to come up here for action. We need to allow people to speak for the 70,000 folks that sent them here. And earlier when my colleague said 200,000, he was talking about the combined total of the three of us. That's what he was talking about. So be careful about putting words in people's mouth. I have words.
Thank you. We are voting on House Resolution 64. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Has everybody voted? Does anybody wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 65, 30 nays.
House Resolution 64 fails. That's out of order. Out of order. Out of order. Representative Farmer, you are recognized in the well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of House Resolution 63.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of House Resolution 63. Probably seconded. Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
House Resolution 63 by Chairman Farmer, a resolution to expel Justin J. Pearson from his seat as a member of the House of Representatives in the 113th General Assembly of the state of Tennessee, elected by the 86th Representative District. Whereas Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution provides that each House may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and with concurrence of 2/3 expel a member, but not a second time for the same offense, and shall have all the powers necessary for a branch of the legislature of a free state. And whereas all members of the House of Representatives must comply with the permanent rules of order of the Tennessee House of Representatives for the 113th General Assembly, including preserving order, adhering to decorum, speaking only with recognition, not crowding around the clerk's desk, avoiding personalities, and not using props or displaying political messages. And whereas during the House floor 19th Legislative Day on March 30th, 2023, Justin J. Pearson of Shelby County, along with Gloria Johnson of Knox County and Justin Jones of Davidson County, did knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor to the House of Representatives through their individual and collective actions. And whereas at approximately 10:49 a.m., Representative Pearson and his colleagues, having gathered at Representative Johnson's desk, moved in unison to the well and began shouting without recognition. And whereas once gathered in the well and called out of order, Representative Pearson and his colleagues proceeded to disrupt the proceedings of the House of Representatives from approximately 10:50 a.m. until approximately 11:42 a.m. And whereas during this time, Representative Pearson and his colleagues shouted, pounded on the podium, led chants with citizens in the gallery, and generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, including refusing to leave the well, sitting on the podium, and utilizing a sign displaying a political message. And whereas during this time, Representative Pearson and Representative Jones used a bullhorn to amplify their protestations. And whereas these actions are done in open session, in presence of and witnessed by the members and staff of the House of Representatives, and whereas it appears to the satisfaction of this body that Representative Pearson's conduct on March 30, 2023 constitutes disorderly behavior and justifies expulsion, and whereas such disorderly behavior on part of Representative Pearson reflects adversely
upon the integrity and dignity of the House of Representatives of the state of Tennessee, place a cloud upon the action of this honorable body, and is inconsistent with the duty of a member of this body, and where it is deemed in the best interest of the people of the state of Tennessee and this body for Representative Pearson to relinquish his seat as a member of the House of Representatives, and whereas Representative Pearson has been given advance notice of the contents of this resolution and has been afforded the opportunity to debate the resolution on the floor of this House prior to its passage. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee that pursuant to the authority under Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution, this body hereby expels Justin J. Pearson from his seat as a member of the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, elected by the 86th Representative District for his disorderly behavior occurring on March 30, 2023, and declares the 86th Representative District seat vacant. Be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be prepared and forwarded to Justin J. Pearson, the legislative body of Shelby County, the Honorable Bill Lee, Governor of the state of Tennessee, and the Honorable Trey Hargett, Secretary of State. Representative Pearson, you're recognized in the well.
To God be the glory for the things that God has done and the things that God's still doing. It is indeed a sad day for us in the state of Tennessee with the loss of Representative Justin Jones from this body. It is a victory of this movement that still says it matters to end gun violence in the state of Tennessee. This movement that still says it is time for just action and just reforms in our state, and to still have Representative Gloria Johnson serving in this House. That's the power of justice. There's been a refrain and a song going around in this movement. Power to the people. Power to the people, power to the people, power to the people, Hosanna. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? When the wicked advance against me to devour me, it is my enemies and foes who will stumble and fall. Though an army besiege me, my heart will not fear. Though war break out against me, even then will I be confident. One thing I ask of the Lord, this only that I seek after, that I may dwell in the house of the Lord all the days of my life, to gaze upon the beauty of the Lord and to seek God in God's temple. For in the day of trouble, God will keep me safe in God's dwelling. God will hide me in the shelter of God's sacred tent and set me high upon a rock. Then my head will be exalted. Above the enemies who surround me at his sacred tent I'll sacrifice. With shouts of joy and thanksgiving I'll sing and make music to the Lord. Hear my voice when I call, Lord. Be merciful to me and answer me. My heart says of you, seek God's face. Your face, Lord, I will seek. Do not hide your face from me. Do not turn your servant away in anger. You have been my helper. Do not reject me or forsake me, God, my Savior. Though my father or mother or siblings or colleagues might forsake me, the Lord will receive me. Teach me your way, Lord. Lead me in a straight path because of my oppressors. Do not turn me over to the desires of my foes, for false witnesses rise up against me. Do not turn me over to the desires of my foes, for false witnesses rise up against me, spouting malicious accusations. I remain confident of this, that I will see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Wait for the Lord. Be strong and take heart and wait for the Lord. I give thanksgivings to Dr. Kimberly Owens Pearson, Reverend Jason C. Pearson Sr., my fiance Oceanae, my brother Keyshawn, who stands in the gap for Jason II, Temperance, and Jalen, and to everyone in District 86 in Memphis and Millington of the community who is here demanding justice. We are here because of a tragedy. Covenant School shooting victims Catherine Kuntz, Mike Hill, Cynthia Peak, Evelyn Deekhouse, Haley Scruggs, and William Kinney. We're here because of a tragedy, because we spoke up about the tragedy of gun violence that continues to perpetuate and persist in our state. We're here today witnessing injustice against the First Amendment. We spoke up for gun control and the end of gun violence. We're here today. We're being sought to be expelled from this, the people's house, for speaking up about the need for gun control because we broke some house rules. We're here today because of House Resolutions 63, 64, and 65. Rules, I will tell you that I was never told about. I learned about more rules in this House and our state constitution in the last 5 days than in my entire tenure. And as you have seen, and as we unfortunately have seen, the rules can be wielded to bend to the desires of a few. And it is not sacrosanct for the protection of everybody. I do, before I continue, have a few parliamentary inquiries. If you will indulge me. One, when is it that evidence can be presented into the record? Evidence for our expulsion. As a point of order, you can stop the time. I got a few parliamentary inquiries before we keep going.
This is part of your time because you're asking the clerk questions during your opening. Mr. Clerk.
Okay, I'll retract those questions and then we'll ask them after. Thank you. It said that I broke the Constitution. Article 2, Section 12, saying that each house has its own proceedings and you can punish members and things like that. Again, never informed about even these proceedings, denied due process, didn't know anything about this. I was never given an overview of these rules or informed the speaker, the chief clerk. Nobody reached out saying, hey, this is what you can expect. I've been serving officially District 86 for 10 days since our swearing in. I was sworn in the day of the Covenant shooting. And now being brought up against charges, if you will, that we broke the Constitution. Told in paragraph 2 that members of this assembly have permanent rules of order. Now, when did we sit down and we talk about these rules? I think they were voted on before I got here and was appointed by the Shelby County Election Commission. Was told that we were crowding around the clerk's desk, and I got to be honest with you, I just realized they're talking about this desk and not the one up there. It's a lot of things that are in these resolutions that seem to assume a lot of knowledge about what I am supposed to know or what we are supposed to know without real facts about what we have been provided information about. I'm told that I did knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor. Knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor. When we went up between bills, I walked to this hallowed house near this well, went up between bills after not being called on during welcoming and honoring to say we've got to listen to the people. We've got to do something. We've got to take action on gun violence. We've got to elevate this issue in order that we can create the necessary change that we need because we're exercising, and I exercised our First Amendment right. We're being told that that deserves an expulsion from the House because it broke a permanent House rule. And still, when we learn that a member of this body broke a permanent House rule in order for a video to be shown, there was no discussion even about what potential retributions might exist. If rules will be sacrosanct, if rules will be the end-all and be-all of this House, then that needs to apply equitably to everyone. But there is something that tells me it is not the rules being broken, it was what we were advocating for that folks have gotten very upset about. That we were advocating for people who have been murdered in our communities. We're advocating for people like my own classmate, Larry Thorne, who was slain by gun violence. We're advocating for people who are suffering in our communities. We're told in this resolution that I proceeded to disrupt the proceedings of the House of Representatives from approximately 10:50 until approximately 11:42. And my fiance, she's a lawyer to be, and I have to tell you, if you go back, and this is one of the questions that I have, and we can start working on pulling up. If you look at the video, at 10:50 a.m., this House is in recess. And the question that I'm pondering is it possible for House members to break permanent rules of order when the House is in recess? It's important that we unpack this. After SB 638 was passed at 10:49 a.m., I walked to the well. And the Speaker Sexton immediately said, "You're out of order. I call for a 5-minute recess. Leadership, come up here." There was no disruption of any House proceedings or business. We were in a recess where members were relaxing, went for walks, left the chambers, ignoring the cries of people asking for gun reform, asking to end gun violence. I didn't disrupt proceedings between 10:50 to 11:42 because it wouldn't have been possible. We were in a recess. But if you want to count the recess and say that our peaceful protests for red flag laws, our peaceful protests for gun control storage laws, our peaceful protests for the safety of kids like the ones at Covenant, our peaceful protests for the communities that we serve and the people that we represent deserve expulsion, then let's go through the timeline. There was a 10-minute peaceful protest on the House floor. And it was at exactly 11:04 where we walked back to that room with Leader Camper. Again, in the resolution, it says that we refuse to leave the well. In fact, all of the quote-unquote protest, except for maybe the first second or two, was called during a recess. And we still finished the business for the day. You keep going, and they say that we shouted and led chants with citizens. They said that we refused to leave the well. We had signs displaying political messages, and none of us believed that we were doing anything to deserve expulsion from this house. Speaking up on behalf of the last, the lost, the least, those who've been left out, those who've been ignored, those who've been silenced, but who refuse to be silent any longer, does not deserve expulsion from this house. The mic was cut off. We did use a mini bullhorn to listen and to project to the people in our community who were asking for change. The reality is, we were told this happened in the open presence of witnesses, but the gallery was cleared. The video and audio during this time, and you can see this with the chief clerk, and we can pull up that video. The video and audio during this peaceful exercise of our First Amendment was not even broadcast online. We're told that this was disorderly behavior and it justifies expulsion. Well, I've been looking, colleagues, at our permanent rules of order. And if you read Rule 19 of the permanent House rules that this body has voted on and have been mentioned several times today, there is a blatant contradiction in these resolutions that are asking for our expulsion and the permanent House rules for the 113th General Assembly. If you go to section 19, transgression of rules by member. Transgression of rules by member. And it reads this, and I'll read it into the record. Any member who, in speaking or otherwise, transgresses the rules of the House, the Speaker shall, or any other member may, call such transgressing member to order, in which case the member so called to order shall immediately sit down, unless permitted to explain. And the House shall, if appealed to, decide the case without debate. If there be no appeal, the decision of the chair shall prevail. If the decision be in favor of the member called to order, such member shall be permitted to proceed without leave of the House. If otherwise, such member shall not be permitted to proceed. And here's the important thing, and which is really important for we who are being told we deserve to be expelled because of a breaking of these rules. In case any member objects and continues, stays at the well, you might say, for more than 30 seconds or something, without leave of the House. And if the case require it, such member shall be liable to the censure of the House, not expulsion. Those are the permanent House rules we voted on, or I've been told. It is not the fact that we walked up to the well. It was what we came up here talking about. That's what's at issue here. We're told that we have hurt the integrity and dignity of the House that our people elected us into. We've received letters from Evan and Johanna and Evabel, Lucy, Heron, Nuseba, Lily, Makada, June, Jana. We've had folks like the Robinson family, the Fitzgeralds and others who come and reached out to us and said, thank you for standing up for right. Thank you for speaking up for such a time as this. And the reality is each of us have a responsibility to do so, to speak up for such a time as this. There is something I take issue with in paragraph 9 of our resolution. It says that it's deemed in the best interest of the people of the state of Tennessee and the body for Representative Pearson to relinquish his seat as a member of the House of Representatives. I want to be clear. We are not relinquishing our seat. With this vote, you are taking it. You are disenfranchising the people of District 86. You are disenfranchising tens of thousands of people in our state. We are not giving anything away. A few of my colleagues have talked about the Tennessee State Constitution in Article 2. But I invite each of you to go to Article 1, Section 2 of the Tennessee State Constitution. And it reads this way, that government being instituted for the common benefit, the doctrine of non-resistance against arbitrary power and oppression is absurd, slavish, and destructive of the good and happiness of mankind. That's what the forebearers of the state of Tennessee wrote. That's the Constitution you're talking about, where they said that to have non-resistance against arbitrary power, against house rules, not criminal acts, is oppression, is absurd, leads to the destruction of the good and happiness of mankind. We've heard from thousands of people asking that we do something about gun violence. We must answer them. Whether it be in Memphis or Millington, whether it's conversations with folks like Mama Easter Knox or Sarah Gladney, or thousands of people in this chamber, outside this chamber, up top, who are saying, we've got to do something. We've got to do something. It is those who are demanding and should be telling us what's in the best interest of our people. And what is in the best interest of our people, from what we have heard, is the end of gun violence. What's in the best interest of our communities and of our people are folks who are willing to pass just legislation. It's folks like those grandmothers who couldn't make it today but are watching today, who want to be ensured that they will be safe and our communities will be safe. It's Jermaine, my intern who shadowed here at this Capitol, who said, I want to make sure that going to school isn't going to lead to my death. Our silence about gun violence is the antithesis of what is in the best interest of the people of the state of Tennessee. This week especially, Holy Week, we remember also Dr. King and the forebearers of the civil rights movement who taught us about civil disobedience as a way to get action. Dr. King taught us that sometimes there's a consciousness above rule, above what you might say is law, and that the true forms of protest is nonviolent disobedience. For less than a few minutes, we and you are seeking to expel District 86's representation from this House in a country that was built on a protest. In a country that was built on a protest. You who celebrate July 4th, 1776, pop fireworks and eat hot dogs. You say to protest is wrong because you spoke out of turn, because you spoke up for people who are marginalized. You spoke up for children who won't ever be able to speak again. You spoke up for parents who don't want to live in fear. You spoke up for Larry Thorne, who was murdered by gun violence. You spoke up for people that we don't want to care about. In a country built on people who speak out of turn, who spoke out of turn, who fought out of turn to build a nation. I come from a long line of people who have resisted. I come from a long line of people who have fought injustice. I come from a long line of people who know what it means to face adversity in difficult days, who knows what it means to have words that mean something, that doesn't call peaceful protesters insurrectionists, doesn't call people who advocate for the end of gun violence the folks who would actually kill law enforcement officers, talking about children and teens who are being persecuted by the words that we speak. And I must say to you, as I wrap up this portion, that we all have a responsibility. We all have an obligation to do what is just, to do what is right, and to do what is fair. And what I can promise to those of you who have cried today, those of you who mourn the seeming end and assault on our democracy, I can say to folks who are worried about whether or not, as one sign said, am I next? What I can say to you is that the movement for justice can never die, because the heart for justice can never be killed, because it lives and it beats in each and every one of us. It cannot die because we will not let it die. I'll tell you that folks have tried to kill it. They tried to put it on a tree called Calvary. They tried to kill hope and love, but resurrection is always guaranteed after persecution.
Representative Farmer, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pearson. Representative Pearson, right here. Do you know why you're standing in the well today?
Representative Pearson.
Yes, hold on one second.
Representative Farmer, yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just going to ask to pause my time if he's going to.
No, I'm actually not doing what y'all typically.
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, I'm actually not trying to run out of your time like y'all do to us or to me. I was actually just looking for a piece of paper. I'm here in the well right now because I came to this well using our First Amendment rights to speak up after the violent killing with assault rifles of beautiful human being Catherine Coons, Mike Hill, Cynthia Peak, Evelyn D. House, Haley Scruggs, and William Kinney.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, you're wrong. You're in the well today because you broke rules of decorum. Wouldn't you agree?
Representative Pearson.
I believe I'm in the well today because you have put forward a resolution that says that it's more important to expel voices of dissent than do the work of justice, which is fighting to end gun violence in the state of Tennessee. I believe that I'm in the well today because I, with the courage of ancestors and family and loved ones and community, stood up and spoke up for folks like my classmate Larry Thorne, who can speak no more because of the proliferation of guns in Tennessee. I believe that I'm in the well today because you have decided that it is not right to have debate. It is not right to listen to the voices of the minority. I believe I'm in the well today because on the day that we wanted to honor the thousands of people who protested, we were denied that opportunity. I believe that I'm here because you feel in your heart that it is right to persecute someone who has committed no crime, who has only broken what you call the House decorum rule, which according to Section 19 of the House Permanent Rules of Order say that at worst the thing that should happen is censure. But instead, you have brought forward a terrible resolution to deprive and disenfranchise thousands of people in Shelby County of a representative who will and can speak and advocate for them. And I believe, Representative Farmer, that that is wrong.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just remind you of a letter you sent the members of this General Assembly on April 3rd. I recognized I did not follow decorum this past Thursday on the House floor, and I take full responsibility and accountability for my actions. What changed between the letter you sent the members and the account you just gave? Because either A, you were telling a lie here, or you were telling a lie right up there at that podium. So what's the truth?
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Representative Farmer. I did write that letter, and I still stand by it. I later learned, rules of House decorum by coming up to the floor. And I do take full accountability and responsibility for my actions, because I don't want the names of Catherine Kuntz and Mike Hill and Cynthia Peake and Evelyn Dehouse and Haley Scruggs and William Kinney and folks like Larry Thorne to go into an ether of silence. You're right that coming up to the House floor without the speaker saying something broke a rule of House decorum, but it did not break a rule that deserves the expulsion of members of this body. We committed no crime. We did nothing but came to this floor to say we need to listen to the constituents who are asking for us to end gun violence. We need to listen to the constituents who are asking for us as they chanted to do something. And that is not a crime. In fact, that is our responsibility, our obligation, and I would even say it's our calling.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as you said earlier, you've admitted that you've engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, correct?
Representative Pearson.
That's not correct. I believe the rule of House decorum that we broke was walking up to the well without the speaker's permission. But I think, and I'm going to ask that we do get the video of what happened on the House floor that day, because I believe you will see, as we saw in the video earlier, that most of the things that are in this resolution, which really make it challenging, I think most of the things that are in this resolution happened during recess. And what I'm being told now, or what it seems to be happening, is that you cannot be held to account to the permanent House rules of order during recess, or another member of this body would have had a resolution against them, or will be having one pretty soon. And so I think there are a lot of contradictions and questions that are coming up, Representative Farmer.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pearson, what day were you officially sworn in?
I'm sorry, Representative Pearson.
I was sworn in on the 27th, so Monday last.
Representative Chisholm.
The 27th of March. So I bet you've learned a lot about the House rules over the last few weeks, huh?
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, most certainly have learned a lot, and we're really fortunate to also serve in an interim role to see how this House operates. And I have to say, the way that it operated today was quite different than what I've seen in past sessions.
Representative Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm standing here to fight for our member. I'm standing here to fight for all of our members, because we have a new member standing in a well defending his right to even be here. A member who was sworn in less than 2 weeks ago. A member that is just learning the decorum of this body. A member who is proving himself to be hardworking, articulate, eloquent. And although this member moves a little bit different than most of us, matter of fact, I even go as far to say he moves different than I do. But this is a member that deserves to be a part of this body. This is a member that I've seen with my own eyes works so hard for his community, who I've seen fight tooth and nail the injustice in his community, who fought gun violence, who fought for clean water so that the state could continue to have it. A member, since over the last 2 weeks, I've seen study more than I've seen many of us who've sat here for years. So members, many of you all know that it's rare for me to get up into this chamber and speak, but I have to speak to the humanity of everyone in the room. Forgiveness, we're all taught to be forgiving. Well, let's take the opportunity to forgive a new member who maybe, yes, he broke a rule of decorum. A member that I believe in a short period of time will be an asset to this body. who I see as an asset to this body even now. Members, we've seen, it's been said many times that we've seen many members of this body violate rules, and are still here, who violated decorum in a much severe manner than a member that's standing in the podium, who are still here. And members, let's remember that as we talk about forgiveness and as we talk about the member in question right now, let's remember who's watching us right now. Let's remember who's in the hallway. And let's not forget about those children that lost their lives. Let's not forget about the reason he felt like he had to get in the well. Because when a generation is penalized for telling the truth, we teach them how to lie. So, members, let's be careful what we're teaching, not only the people who are here at the state capitol right now, not only the people of Tennessee, but remember, please remember, there are people all over the world who are trying to find examples of Tennessee that they can copy and use for themselves. And let's not give them something they'll end up being ashamed of from seeing us. Thank you for your ear, and I ask you for your consideration. Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Representative Chisholm. And I do take issue with some of these things, particularly some of these rules. And I think some of the not necessarily the rules in and of themselves, I realize it was passed by this body before I got here. One of the things I do wonder is, as a part of being here, especially when you come in on a special election, how much effort is given to help educate members, right, who are new here? How much attention is given to actually support folks to be good members of this body, as you all see? But there's also a need when you get new folk, when you get people who are different than the status quo, when you get people who don't particularly think or see or speak the same ways that you do, how might you change too? Because this is not just about a young generation needing to conform to this body's principalities and the ways that it operates. It's about how this body has to change and transform to meet the needs of this society, how it needs to change and transform to meet the needs of this generation, how it needs to change and transform to meet the needs of people who deserve health care, who deserve adequate educational opportunities, who deserve safety. It's how this body has to transform. It is not just about how we need to think differently or operate differently. It's about how this body can operate differently. And I'll tell you what, today was the first day in about 2 months that I've been here that there has been actual debate on the House floor. This is the first day where the Speaker hasn't ignored hands of Democratic members. This is the first day where everyone who wanted to say something doing welcoming and honoring, as we wanted to do on that Thursday, where I walked to this well, had an opportunity to do so. This is the first time where the question wasn't called by my colleagues in the Republican Party almost immediately after something was brought up. This was the first day that I've seen something that was a semblance of democracy, even on a day that seems to be so filled with anti-democratic operations. And that didn't happen by chance. That happened because a few folk had some courage to stand up and say the way we're doing things is wrong. That's people power. But that's the responsibility of all of us who serve people. It is not just to go with the status quo in and of itself because that's the way that things have always been. It's actually to push for things to be better, to push for the voice of the minority. And I mean that in a couple of ways, not only politically, but today, 2 African-American members, 1 woman, 1 of 2 Democratic members had resolutions for expulsion. It's an opportunity and a necessity that this body become more democratic in order that all voices all the time are heard, so that folks don't have to stand up person after person after person saying, the way we're treating this person's bill is different than this person's. And the only difference that's obvious is the fact that one is black and one is white. One is a Democrat and one is a Republican. Those ways of operating that entrench the status quo only lead to further division and to persecute people who are advocating to stop the proliferation of gun violence in our communities. That's wrong. That's wrong. And so while I know I do take responsibility for coming to the well while the speaker said out of order, I also take responsibility for the people in our district and in our communities who are asking for us to do something, who are tired of going to funerals of their brothers and their sisters and their grandmothers and their cousins. Are we not responsible to them too? I'll take any other questions.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as I'm listening, I'm thinking to myself, you don't understand. You don't truly understand why you're standing there today. You don't truly understand why I authored that resolution. And it wasn't an easy thing for me to do. But I'm hearing you blame this on your youth. But just because you don't get your way and you grab a couple friends doesn't mean you can come to the well while we're conducting business in session. Other members are waiting to have their bills to be heard. They have constituents too, 60, 70,000 times another 80, millions of people. Just because you don't get your way, you can't come to the well, bring your friends, and throw a temper tantrum with an adolescent bullhorn. It doesn't give you the right to enrage folks that are here to watch this body conduct business and talk about things you know good and well that we've worked very hard to protect our children here in the state of Tennessee. Very hard. You know what? And what you could do, you could file a piece of legislation that maybe you'd do that instead of sitting back and criticizing folks that's worked really hard for the past decade to do so. That might be a place to start, but certainly don't start by commandeering the well while we're conducting business here in this Tennessee General Assembly. That's why you're standing there, because of that temper tantrum that day, for that yearning to have attention. That's what you wanted, but you're getting it now. So I just advise you, if you want to conduct business in this house, file a bill. Be recognized, stand there and present it, and pass it. All you got to do is pass a bill.
Representative Pearson.
Now, you all heard that. How many of you would want to be spoken to that way? How many of you would want to be spoken to that way? We're not talking about politics. We're not talking about even gun violence. How many of you would want to be spoken to that way? The reason that I believe the sponsor of this legislation, of this resolution, spoke that way is because he's comfortable doing it, because there's a decorum that allows it. There's a decorum that allows you to belittle people. We didn't belittle nobody. What we said was that we cannot be beholden to gun lobbyists, to the NRA. We can't be beholden to organizations that don't want to see us make progress on gun violence. We can't be beholden to folks who don't want to see us help save our communities and protect them. But there's something else I think that the sponsor of this resolution has alluded to, and there were a few things here that you said that I want to address. He called a peaceful protest a temper tantrum. Is what's happening outside these doors by Tennesseans who want to see change a temper tantrum? It's Sarah. whose son Noah was at the Covenant School. He survived. He's 5 years old. And she showed up here demanding that we do something about gun violence. Is that a temper tantrum? Is elevating our voices for justice or change a temper tantrum? But there's something in the decorum of this body that makes it okay to say that folks who are exercising their First Amendment rights to speak up for the hundreds of thousands of people collectively that we represent. There's something in the decorum of this body that says it's okay to call that a temper tantrum, to call people we disagree with on the issues, to say that all they want is attention. But I'll tell you what, I don't personally want attention. What I want is attention on the issue of gun violence. But instead, we're here with the resolution you put up talking about expelling me for advocating for ending gun violence in the state of Tennessee. I'd much rather be talking with you about legislation to protect Shelby County and to protect our communities than talking about why we don't deserve to have our representation lost because we came to the well of this house saying we've got to do something. That's what I would like to be doing. And so you brought attention or tried to bring attention to me, but I want to turn the attention to the people. The people who will never be able to throw a temper tantrum for gun violence. You know, the Larry Thorns, the Catherine Kuntzes, the Mike Hills, the Cynthia Peaks, the Evelyn Decaus, the Haley Scruggs, the William Kennedys, who will never have a chance to throw what you call a temper tantrum for justice, for gun reform, for the ending of gun violence. They'll never have a chance because we haven't taken our oath seriously. Because we don't take people who we disagree with seriously. We tell them, you just are throwing a temper tantrum. And again, these are the same folks who live in one of the greatest democracies, as we've been told, in the United States of America. A place, in an institution, in fact, I would argue, that was built on protest. An institution that was built on people throwing temper tantrums against injustice and what they viewed as injustice. It isn't a temper tantrum to say that kids should actually go to schools that are safe. Neighborhoods shouldn't have to have thousands of police officers to be safe. We shouldn't have to worry about going to the grocery store, as in some cases going to the movie theater and someone coming with an assault rifle and killing us. That's not throwing a temper tantrum, sponsor. That's just asking for us to do right. You said something else. You said, you don't understand why you're here. I promise you, I fully understand why I am here. I am here because the people in District 86 brought me here. I'm here because the people in District 86 asked that we might fight for justice against the status quo here. I'm here because we are subversive to the status quo. One that is young, one that is diverse, one that calls into question the ways that we have been operating that are not working. Because if they were working, those kids would be alive. Larry would be alive. People in our communities and in our families, TJ would be alive. If the system was working the way it was supposed to, my cousin would be alive. But that's not what's happening. And look, I wrote y'all a letter. I hand-delivered a letter to everybody, and I said, look, I take full accountability and responsibility for my actions on the House floor and that it broke decorum. I told y'all that. And I also told you that there was in no world or way that I thought that would lead to us being expelled from this house that we got elected into by our constituency. Who would have ever thought that? That for 30 seconds or less before the speaker called a recess could lead to our expulsion from the statehouse. That is anti-democratic. That is not right. That is not just. So yes, I still take full responsibility for my actions. I know exactly why I am here serving. I know exactly why I'm fighting for our community, why I'm fighting to continue to be in this institution to help create change. I know exactly why I'm doing that. And I know exactly why this resolution was brought forward. And I don't think it has a lot to do with the 30 seconds before the recess
I think has to do with the issue that we were talking about. You said something else, that we are just criticizing folks and setting, instead of just setting back and criticizing folks, put forward some legislation. Well, some good legislation has been put forward, y'all. I hear representatives on our side have legislation that can lead to protecting our communities, including red flag laws and gun storage as well. And I ask that you might work to actually pass that legislation, because we are going to continue to fight for just legislation. We're going to continue to fight to ensure that more lives are not lost to the epidemic of gun violence in our communities. And so, yes, if I'm expelled from this house, I will not have the opportunity to fight for that legislation as a member, but you can believe that I will continue to fight for our communities and to fight for just legislation in the state of Tennessee. With that, if anyone has any more questions or comments.
Representative Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been trying to get the podium all day, but I've been cut off. And I know that's part of our democracy. But I wanted to just talk to y'all real quick about when I wasn't here. We've had 3 cases now, 4 of people being expelled from the House. The only one that I've been at was Jeremy Durham up until Representative Jones earlier. But Jeremy Durham, about half of y'all were here then. I kept hearing that Jeremy Durham did not have his due process. Do you remember that? The ones who were here. Due process, due process. So let's talk about due process just a minute. Due process is under the Constitution, where if we take your life, liberty, or property, there's a process that the government has to go through. And obviously, we're not sentencing him to death. Obviously, we're not taking his liberty by sending him to jail. But we are taking his property. His job is his property. His elected position in this House is his property. And because of that, and we are a government entity, he deserves, Representative Pearson deserves, and all 3 of them deserve due process under the Constitution. We've heard a lot about the Constitution today, but this is rock solid due process. And under the due process, you've got to have inquiries. You've got to, we heard about under Jeremy Durham, had a ad hoc committee to investigate it. The Attorney General appointed a committee to investigate it. And yet we still get to months later, not a week later, months later, we get to a position where we are in a special session to expel Jeremy Durham. That was months, years maybe, after the first accusations of the sexual harassment came out and other accusations. But where I'm going with this, ladies and gentlemen, is that none of these 3 were given their due process. There was no investigation. If there was an investigation, if there was a time, then maybe these articles of expulsion would have been correct, would have been accurate. We keep hearing different things that different accused that are said that they have been done. Well, if we would have slowed this down, given them due process, like anyone that we're taking their property from, then yes, we would be in a lot better position to make a decision on young Representative Pearson. And a point of order, I've got a question for the clerk. Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, is it against the House rules to approach the well without the Speaker's permission?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that is not contained in the House rules.
Representative Beck.
So when young Representative Pearson admitted to breaking decorum because he went to the well without the permission of the Speaker, in fact, he was not breaking House rules or House decorum. He didn't know that he wasn't breaking House rules or House decorum. So when he says that he did, he was actually in error.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I believe part of the issue was that the members weren't recognized, which is part of the rules.
Representative Beck.
But the representative said earlier, he thought he broke the rules because he came to the well without permission, which that was not a violation of our House rules. And with proper due process, all this could have been vetted, and we would have been in a process where we would have seen the video that was spliced from 4 different angles, 4 different people who took it, and been able to authenticate it and given you true due process.
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, Bill, I appreciate that, and I'm still learning a lot about these rules, as you see, and appreciate you sharing that. And what I agree with is that this has not been a very fair process. We were told Monday that we'd be expelled Thursday. We're never given any idea of how this process would work, whether or not we would even have, how much time we would have to be here before you, to talk to you all about the reason that we needed to remain here. We weren't given due process, but this wasn't and isn't fair. And I think what ultimately has happened, and this is the tragedy of this moment, is this very undemocratic process has already led to the expulsion of one member from the State House General Assembly, Representative Justin Jones. And operating in this way means that it doesn't have anything to do with the rules. The rules that are being broken, which seem to become more finite, could have been addressed by Section 19, which would have led to censure, which you all passed in the Permanent House Rules of Order for the 113th General Assembly, could have led to censure. But to expel members from this body that we were duly elected into doesn't have to do with a breaking of a rule or something like that even. I think it has to do with working to silence the voices of people calling for action and change, particularly as it relates to gun violence. I don't want us to forget that. Right? We're here because we were not recognized when it came the time to talk about gun violence, and it was time for us, and it is time for us to do something. That is ultimately what has led to the use of our First Amendment rights and the protesting against injustice on the State House floor, in order that we might elevate the issues of our community and our constituents who are in need and asking for us to do something. And so it's very helpful to know that the rule I even thought I broke wasn't even a rule in the first place. But to be able to bend the rules or skip the rules for certain folks, or to use the rules against duly elected members of this body for either politically motivated reasons or ideologically motivated reasons, are wrong. And not only is it about setting a bad precedent for generations and generations to come, it's bad today, right? For people who still believe and have faith in what Tennessee can be, for the young people who still are marching and still are speaking out, saying that this is still an institution, a place where change can happen. But if we hang on to those principalities and that wickedness that is too often before us, instead of continuously working to improve and continuously working to grow and working to actually create just legislation and not call people who are advocating for it, folks who are calling for temper tantrums, if we don't get beyond that, we will not be able to build this institution or our state into what we know it can and should be, which is a place where we don't have the issues of poverty that we have, where we've expanded medical care for everybody. We want to build a place where everybody in this state can become who God has called for them to be. And at this point, in this place, instead of working on those things, we're working to expel people whose voices we disagree with and whose ideologies and perspectives about the liberation of everybody we view as wrong.
Lear Lambert.
Representative Pearson. You know, I've sat here today and I haven't said much. This is a difficult day, I think, for all of us and for all of Tennessee. Like many others that have spoken on both sides of the aisle, Republican and Democrat, and all of the people that are here today, because they have families, they have jobs, they have homes. We are all on this House floor because this is important. And you would agree with that, I hope, correct?
Representative Pearson.
Of course.
Leader Lambert.
I've struggled when I listen to you speak about what you think about the rest of your colleagues here, because we are colleagues. You ran and were elected by the people of your district. So was I. Why do you feel like when there are hundreds of bills that are being filed, there are hundreds of hours of work being put in by all of these people who have children and grandchildren and constituents who have been killed by violence and, yes, gun violence and others, and yet you stand here and you came to the well of this chamber and silenced 96 other voices. And the stuff you have said, because I respect you, I actually literally respect you. You're a very intelligent individual. You're very zealous. You're very passionate about what you believe in. I am passionate about my constituents as well. I don't want any child anywhere in this state to be in danger. You've heard me say those words, but you don't seem like you believe that any of us care about our constituents as much as you care about yours. Though many people in this body have served their communities for decades, both Republican and Democrat. When you step into the well with a bullhorn and are yelling and screaming and are sharing with the people of this state that you believe that none of us care, and you shut down the ability of even a response, surely you can at least admit that that is an egregious thing to shut out other voices, because only together with everybody's thoughts at the table, everybody's voice at the table, can we possibly solve the problems that plague our day. Every single voice is important. Yours, mine, everyone's. Does it not matter to you that in doing so, you shut down every other voice and elevated yourself even above the very families who were going through hell because their loved ones were killed? And it appeared to us as if in that broach of protocol, it's not about the rules. It's about that you elevated yourself above the very dead bodies that had not been put in the ground yet. How can you not get that? We all of us, want to make sure that there's no more children killed. Surely you get that, but I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond. I understand that your voice matters. I would ask that you explain to this body why you feel like ours do not. Because on almost every single bill you've spoken, and I think your questions have been illuminated in certain issues that I might not have thought about because I haven't walked in your shoes and you haven't walked in mine. But those rules are there so that we can have this back and forth instead of people just shouting at each other in which nothing gets resolved. I wanted to share that because I wanted to hear your thoughts on how coming to the House floor with a bullhorn and drowning out the voice of my constituents is helpful in this exchange, because this is the way that I know how to resolve things, to talk about them and share ideas and share our differences in a way that comes to better results. What are your thoughts on that?
Representative Pearson.
Leader Lambert, you're wrong. I don't think that one person's voice is more important than anybody's, especially the 96 or so other folks. But what about the thousands of people who were here that Thursday who you never recognized? What about the thousands of people here who your colleagues never made eye contact with or smirked at and gave a thumbs up or laughed at? What about the thousands of people who came here saying, we need to end gun violence and we need you to do something, and they were called insurrectionists by the Speaker of this House? What about the thousands of people who marched the streets of Nashville and came up to this Capitol asking that we do something, but instead of getting just legislation that might protect our schools, we're saying put more guns in schools? I have to tell you, Leader Lambert, I'm shocked that you would say that you care so much about debate in this moment. I am, because I've seen and talked with a young person today who said they came to you and they were talking with you, and there was another representative, Representative Jones, there, and he was trying to speak with you, and you yelled at him, "I've heard enough from you, young man." You said that to another equal member of this body. And so it is hard for me to now listen to you, a person who has yet to put forward legislation that I believe, or that I think has had the true input of other members of this House and other members of this body's input that could actually help protect and save our communities. I haven't heard you talk about the red flag gun laws that you're ready to propose. I haven't heard you talk about the gun storage bills that you're ready to propose. I haven't heard you talking about those things or putting resources or money towards our communities that are suffering from gun violence. I haven't heard you do those things just yet. And so it is very difficult for me to stand here now for you to think that I am trying to elevate myself above the people who were killed at Covenant, or my own people like Dr. Yvonne Nelson or Larry Thorne or TJ Crutcher. It's really difficult for you to look me in the eye and tell me that I'm putting myself above people who have been killed by gun violence, who I know personally and who I don't know personally but advocate for. When in this House, on that day when we returned, instead of putting forward just legislation, we moved on as business as usual. We had only one representative to speak about the shooting at Covenant, and we moved on. So don't tell me, sir, that debate is so important to us when you didn't stand up and tell the Speaker, we need to make sure that all members can speak now. Go ahead, Leader Lambert.
Leader Lambert, the first 5 ran out. That was his 5. We'll put you back on the list and come back to you. I'm sorry. Sorry. No, we don't. We'll come right back. It's fine. We'll be back in 5 minutes or less, potentially. Representative Harris.
When I look at you, I see myself. If I'm unable to see you as my brother, then it is my vision that is blurred. I don't want to talk to the members about this. I just want to talk to you directly as another young brother in this legislature. I remember when I first got here, I think that I would walk by people, even now I still do, and one thing every member is going to be able to say is that I speak to every single person. I'm going to say, hey, how are you? How's it going? I'm going to speak to every single person. Everybody doesn't speak back. So we're going to talk about silence. On these committees that we serve on, I understand where you're coming from on this, because a lot of times there is a lot of silence. You can ask to speak on something and it's going to be silenced. I served on a committee last year that the speaker can actually attest to. I asked the speaker to be removed from the committee because a rule was put in place that we had to provide the questions ahead of time. So we were being silenced. I look back at a few weeks ago, I was in a committee and the chairman, who I have the utmost respect for, heard me ask for a question and ignored me, silenced. It happens so often here. We have to find our place. So whereas you decided to go to the well to speak on behalf of people, thousands of people, because we had been silenced for so long, that buildup happens. I was talking to a member on yesterday about today's proceedings, and they said, well, I respect you. I respect you highly. I think of you greatly now. When I first got here, people had an opinion of who I was before they had even gotten to know who I was. You got here a week and a half ago. They haven't had an opportunity to get to know who you are. They've already made their decision. And that's okay. We'll see you back. What I want you to know, though, is that as you do it, do everything in love. When I leave out of this place, I'll be here for some time. If you look around this room, a lot of these members may retire, be dead and gone, but rules and stuff will still change, and you'll be here. We have an obligation to serve and represent people, every single one of us. And while things may not pan out the way you want it to right now, just know it really did work out. And I say that because if you watched an hour or so ago, it didn't really work out. And so we're here now. People are looking, paying attention to every single thing we do, respectfully. We had a member from our community that was murdered, Tyree Nichols. Murdered. We talked about him for 1 week. We had 6 individuals killed recently, 3 children, 3 adults. And we would have talked about them for 1 week had you not done what you did last Thursday. You allowed for more voices to be heard. Now, while I may have done things a little different, you made a difference that everybody's gonna remember. And I promise you, those young people, the people that's gonna pass away in the future, things that may happen in the future, they're gonna get heard. And when you go back home, just know you did a great job. Matthew 25:21 says, "Well done, my good and faithful servant." It has been a joy to work with you, no matter what happens here today.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Representative Harris. And indeed, we are in a movement rooted in love. The movement for justice, the movement to end gun violence, the movement to end poverty, to ensure every kid gets good education, the movement to ensure everybody has access to health care. It's rooted in love because it's rooted in the belief that every person has value. And I know that's countercultural or that's subversive to some people's way of thinking, but it is rooted in love. And that is how we can, and that is the way we must operate. But I want to speak to this because I don't know what's going to happen. But I'll promise you that it's all right with me. What I will say is that those silences that my colleague is talking about, it's an institutional problem. And I see a lot of chairmen here talking and a lot of other leaders here of the party that's in positions of power right now. And I'm really speaking to the chair folk. Y'all have a responsibility to make sure your committees still are democratic. I've watched the committee hearings, and oftentimes, you get folks calling the question before any other colleague gets to ask any question, even when they have valid points. You get folks, I came up here last year fighting for this environmental justice legislation. We had 6 people who were supposed to speak on the committee, and it turned into miraculously just 2. Upholding the ideal that all of us want for democracy, the idea that folks died for and that they fought for and that they cried for and that they gave their lives for. Folk like my granddaddy who fought in World War II in Vietnam, folk who have given and sacrificed for this country. The responsibility to hold together this democracy does not just fall on the hands of the people who are being persecuted. It's actually the people who are in positions of power. Because when you don't, you abuse the power. And this resolution sponsored, this is, in my eyes and many folks' eyes, an abuse of power. But I would say to you, no matter what happens, I'm all right. But I want y'all to know who remain, that each of you have an obligation to stop turning the people's house into your own club. That the folks who sit in committees with you, who got elected just like you, who swore the same oath that you swore, they deserve a voice in these committee rooms, and we deserve a voice on this House floor. The erosion of democracy in the state legislature is what got us here. It wasn't walking up to the well. It was being disruptive to a status quo that silences the minority. And it is wrong. And the people in this state and the people across the country and the world, whoever's watching, are wanting to see a change. Just because you have power doesn't give you the right to abuse it. Because even if I disagree with your constituents on political issues, I do agree on the principle for which my ancestors fought and died, which is that they would have a democracy. A democracy, as one said, that is governed by the people and for the people, not one that's governed by ideas and principalities and beliefs and ideological divides that try and silence folk. It's horrible that someone who got elected just like you can't even get a good morning from you. Somebody who got elected just like you can't speak in committee sitting next to you. But then you come here to persecute me and tell me you just don't understand the rules of debate, when I know for a fact this House has not been a place of debate for Democrats. This House has not been a place of debate for people who are transgender. This House has not been a place of debate for people who are LGBTQIA. This House has not been a place of debate for people who are already persecuted in our society. This House ain't even been a place of debate for people who wear beautiful dashikis in honor of their ancestors who made it over. And so it's one thing to hold the ideals up in this moment, to talk about today, to talk about how good democracy is working in Tennessee in this moment as you prepare to persecute individuals for expulsion. It's one thing to talk about those ideals, but it's another thing to actually be in this House, to see members being misnamed. Folks won't even say.
That was your 5. No, that was the new 5. That was the second 5. Sorry. We're going next. Is it parliamentary question? What's the question? Mr. Clerk. Got it. All right. Representative Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't plan to speak today. We're talking about the committee system, and we're talking about floor actions like this is something new. The supermajority that we've heard about through conversations today, that's what's new. The Democratic Party had control of both bodies of the legislature for 140 years. And early on, I couldn't get a bill heard. I couldn't get recognized in committee. I had a challenging time ever having a conversation on the floor about a concern that I have. There were certain people who were able to pass bills. There are certain people who were able to talk on bills. So it's not something that's new. And all that being said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Even though it did happen for 140 years, I think that the Speaker, I think that most, if not all, of our committee chairmen have gone out of their way to have people heard, much more so than what I experienced in my early years down here. I heard an interesting reaction from the crowd a few moments ago as someone was talking about when this legislature changes and when members who may be here now may be dead and gone. And the crowd outside cheered like that. The crowd cheered when that was mentioned. And that hurts my heart that anyone could wish or laugh when we're talking about our members being gone, members being dead and gone. That's what's being discussed. We talk about the focus not being on an individual, but we're seeing that individual right now bring the focus to himself. I heard there was also said earlier, people had opinions of who I was before people even knew who I was. And we were talking about how to learn the rules and how many rules there are and how it's a challenge to learn the rules in such a short time. And one of the ways I learned the rules down here was from senior members. And I came on the floor several weeks ago and expressed the way that I learned the rules of the House, and I'm expressing that to the 15 freshman men on the floor, and I tell them the story of Lois DeBerry and how she expressed to me what was understood I was supposed to be doing, and I took that advice in good faith. And I never made that mistake again. The reactions that we have seen began calling me everything in the book. National media called me everything in the book. Thankfully, members of leadership on the Democratic side came up to me and said, "We know you're not what you were called. We know that you care. We know that you've been a part of this process." So I just left that as someone being naive. We left it at that. But I'm wondering, how do we learn the rules? Do we sit there and read what's on the paper? Is it life experience? Do we listen to those who have gone through this legislative process before to teach us, to try to instruct us? And I'm going to get to a question here. We've been talking about how individuals at a particular time last week got to the well, but I'm wondering, what was the plan to get out of the well? And we saw there in the video being chastised by leadership. What was the plan to get out?
Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Representative Hawk represents something that we ought to talk about. And it's a common phrase. I'm not going to talk about white supremacy and things like that right now, because I think that's what you're referring to. That's not what I'm going to talk about. What I want to talk about is just a common phrase that all of you know. Hurt people hurt people. Hurt people hurt people. And there have been folks like this, and I didn't even realize Democrats had been in control of the House for 140 years or anything like that. That's a substantial amount of time. But in what the representative said was given reasoning or license for mistreatment of other members that are not currently in the majority. That is not how we sustain our democracy. Saying these things such as, I didn't get recognized in committees. Saying things like, only certain people could pass bills. These are the exact same things that I hear as a member of the minority party. There's something wrong in the way that this House is operating. And when it got called into question in a peaceful protest to end gun violence, the response was not, what could we do to do something different? What could we do to do something better? How can we recognize that this change is something that the people in this state are demanding and asking for? It wasn't, how do we listen to the parents and the children who are protesting, not calling them insurrectionists? It wasn't, what can we do to make sure this body responds to the needs of our communities, not with just spending hundreds of millions of dollars on more war or weapons of war, or doing things like lowering the age requirement for people to get guns. The idea was to now arm teachers. It was not, what do we get from the people who came to listen and to show up and be a part of the process, as you call it. That wasn't it. Your hurt continues to cause you to hurt people. And this body is hurting people. You just expelled a member for exercising their First Amendment rights, for a house decorum rule, when the last two people committed actual crimes. 22 counts of sexual assault, bribery. Is that you're having to address ideas and people different than you're used to. You're having to answer questions that you're not used to having to answer. You're having to see people in positions just like you that you aren't used to seeing. That's, now I understand, Representative Hawk, what Representative Farmer was getting to about why I'm really here. Doesn't have to do with not following decorum, about fighting for the end of gun violence. It has to do with an idea and an ideology that says there's only one way that we're going to allow thinking up in here if you're going to be here. It's only one way that you're going to be if you're going to be in this house. But the news for you and for every member in this legislative body is that this country is changing in magnificent ways. That the diversity of the state of Tennessee is changing in magnificent ways. That the voices and the people who are protesting aren't just black folk and ain't just white folk, ain't just rich folk or poor folk. It is a multiracial coalition built on a solidarity dividend that can break any institution that refuses to change. And so, because we need not cling to hurt, I suggest that this institution choose to change. Change the way that it is operating in order for justice to be possible here, for everybody's voice to be treated equitably here. I will say this. Lois DeBerry, Speaker Pro Tem, why was she never the Speaker of this House? She deserved to be Speaker of this House. And the reality is, the reason that she was saying things about decorum and things like that was because she understood that the institution that she was a part of, the institution as the second black woman, I believe, to ever be elected in the Tennessee State Legislature, the way she had to present herself, the things she had to do and say, and the way she had to look was so important because black folk wouldn't get respected otherwise, because white folks wouldn't respect them. They'd call them boy, they'd call them girl instead of chairperson or Speaker Pro Tem.
All right. Representative Towns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, here again, and members, I'm going to say that this House right now should be in mourning. We really should be in mourning after the incident at Covenant with the 6 beautiful souls that untimely transitioned. That's what we still should be doing, watching the flags fly at half-mast. Because I know that particular day, everybody was hurting, and a lot of us are still hurting. Hearts broken. A heartache is a hell of a thing. Our hearts were cracked and broken, and you can't put it back together again. We're supposed to be in mourning. This house ought to be in mourning. It has not healed, hadn't had time to heal. It takes time to heal a broken heart. But we've been deflected on trumped up charges for one of our members, 2 of our members, 3 of our members, which is subconsciously denying us the ability to heal and plan and progress our way through this melee of madness, of death and destruction in our communities. We should be in mourning. And in our anger, we're lashing out at our members, at the brothering, if you will, on this House floor. We're lashing out. That is not Christian. That is not kindness. That is not brotherly. And that's not something that we should act that way towards our colleagues. As I've shared with you, none of our members should be expelled because there were other measures if there need to be anything done in terms of discipline. We had other measures. I ask that you allow our member to stay and allow us to get back to mourning and to figure out how we can address this plague that's harming our nation and harming our people and harming our state and harming our citizens. The people are calling for something to be done. Many of us don't know exactly what needs to be done, but we know we have to do something. Any of us would run into a burning building to try to save some children. All of us. As I shared about the anger, when we get angry, we may be like a dysfunctional F troop, and all the children die because we're mad. Madness, temporarily insanity. It's insaneness when you go mad. Can't rule and judge over people with madness, sober minds and hearts of flesh, compassion. When you're trying to legislate and have sway over human beings' lives. My grandmother told me something a long time ago. So she said, baby, you never spank your children when you're angry at them. I said, why, my dear? She said, you may hurt them. We're hurting our members because we're mad. The body has gone mad. It's like an autoimmune disease. The body turns against itself. We're mad because of something that transpired on this floor. We need to figure out how to save our member, and I'm encouraging that we don't expel our member. I really appreciate your consideration and hope that we act accordingly, come out of this stupor madness, and do what's going to be just. Justice for Justin. Thank you, members.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Representative Towns. And I just want to reiterate why we should be in mourning and why we are here. I don't want to forget Representative Freeman's district, the catalyst for this conversation. And unfortunately, instead of it being a catalyst today for the passing of those laws, it's about expelling myself and 2 other members of the House. We have in this state a proliferation of guns, and we have significant incidences of gun violence. That is the reality of what's happening in the state of Tennessee. That is a real issue that needs to be addressed. And this expulsion and other conversations that take away from the real calls for change that are coming out of the halls and coming out of the homes of people in all of our communities is detracting away from the calls and cries for justice that each of us need to be answering, that each of you need to be answering. And if your mind has not changed about how we get there since last Thursday, if your mind hasn't changed about how we make Tennessee a better, more safe place, if you're offering the same solutions or resolutions or ideas, then you are not listening to the people. You are not listening to the communities like Memphis and Shelby County that are suffering. You're not listening to the folks who are dealing with gun violence on every single day, every news cycle. All of us should be being transformed in the ways that we're thinking about solving this problem. But instead of being transformed to do something to solve it, we're silencing folks who said we've got to say something. The resolution isn't expulsion. The resolution is doing something to pass meaningful gun violence prevention. That's what we should be doing. That's what you should be doing. Saying, how do we prevent incidences like what's happening to folks like Larry, all the way to folks like at Covenant? How do we actually prevent this from happening by ensuring that this proliferation of gun violence ceases on our watch? That's what folks are calling for, asking for, and demanding. And that's what I will continue to call for and ask for and demand, because we can do it. It is possible for this legislative body to pass more just laws. Now, whether the will is there is up to each and every one of you. It's up to you to decide whether or not we need red flag laws. It's up to you to decide whether or not we're going to pass gun lock storage laws. It's up to you to decide whether or not we're going to stop folks who shouldn't have guns from having AR-15s that can send hundreds of rounds through people's schools and homes and bodies. These are decisions that can be made by we who have been elected, by you who have been elected. You know, I always got pretty frustrated when I saw the whole thoughts and prayers thing. You know, it always bothered me, because I always said, the people in power must do something. The people in power will do something, I thought, I believed, naively. And then I had the opportunity, because some folks at age 93 and 88 and 81 and 70 went to the polls to cast a ballot, not just for Justin, but for justice. I had the opportunity to come to that place, to see the faces of the people who I would always say they have the power to do something. These folks, they're the ones who folks are always mad that they send thoughts and prayers at, because they've got power that they will to actually be able to change the situation. But instead of looking into these faces and seeing a dogged determination to change what is going on, I'm seeing a dogged determination to expel me and expel the voice of District 86 in this state house, because we know we need to have an end to gun violence. Because we're tired of having kids and adults and loved ones being killed by guns. So it's disappointing. But that dogged determination does live in certain people, and that gives me hope.
Yes, it is. Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call for the question.
Question's been called. There's objection. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 73, 23 nays.
Previous question prevails. Let the journal reflect Representative Terry is excused. Representative Pearson, you have 5 minutes to close.
Okay, give me 1 second. Speaker, I just want to ask a point of privilege. Speaker, point of personal privilege, is it possible that Senator Ackberry could join us up here? Former State House Representative.
Yeah, she can come.
Thank you. Thank you. She's going to stand next to me. Leader Camper. Come on, Senator. All glory and honor to God, who makes all things possible, who takes the son of teenage parents Kimberly Owens Pearson and Jason C. Pearson and brings them to an institution built by enslaved people's hand. All glory and honor to God, who brings those who've been marginalized and excluded into this place and tells them that you still have a voice, that you still are somebody, and that the movement for love and justice cannot be stopped because we've still got a heartbeat, because we've still got a movement for love that needs us. We've still got people who are calling on us to act and to do something. To all you who still believe that the best days for democracy are ahead, for all of you who still believe that our better days in Tennessee are ahead, I want to tell you that I still believe with you. And how is it that even now amidst persecution on this Holy Week, after my own brother Justin Jones, Representative Jones, gets expelled from the House, is it that we still have hope and faith and belief in the democracy of Tennessee, faith and hope in the belief in the democracy of the United States of America? How is it that you still have hope, you descendant of enslaved people? How is it that you still have hope? Well, it's because even from the bottom of slave ships, my people didn't quit. Even in cotton fields and rice fields, my people didn't quit. Even when they were whipped and chained and told they had no name, my people didn't quit. Even when they incarcerated us, locked us up for a crack cocaine epidemic created by President Ronald Reagan to fund a war in South America, my people didn't quit. Even when they defunded our schools, separated us and called us colored and white, even when they put us on lynching trees in the state of Tennessee, specifically in Shelby County, my people didn't quit. Even now, as our own brothers and sisters lay to rest because of the failure of people in positions of power to do something, because people are refusing to pass just laws to end the epidemic of gun violence in the state of Tennessee, my people have yet to quit. And so even now, amidst this vote, amidst this persecution, I remember the good news. Hallelujah, Jesus. I remember that on Friday, the government decided that my Savior Jesus, a man that was innocent of all crimes except fighting for the poor, fighting for the marginalized, fighting for the LGBTQ community, fighting for those who are single mothers, fighting for those who are ostracized, fighting for those pushed to the periphery. My Savior, my black Jesus, he was lynched by the government on Friday. And they thought that all hope had been lost. The outside, it rained and it thundered and everybody said everything was over, and it was some black women who stood at the cross. It was some black women who watched what the government did to that boy named Jesus. They were witnesses, as you have been witnesses to what is happening in the anti-democratic state of Tennessee. They were witnesses to what was going on, and I got to tell you, it got quiet on Saturday. Yes, I tell you, it was a sad day on Saturday. All hope seemed to be lost. Representatives were thrown out of the statehouse. Democracy seemed to be at its end. Seemed like the NRA and gun lobbyists might win. But oh, that was good news for us. I don't know how long this Saturday in the state of Tennessee might last. But oh, we have good news, folks. We've got good news that Sunday always comes. Resurrection is a promise, and it is a prophecy. It's a prophecy that came out of the cotton fields. It's a prophecy that came out of the lynching tree. It's a prophecy that still lives in each and every one of us in order to make the state of Tennessee the place that it ought to be. And so I've still got hope because I know we are still here and we will never quit.
Out of order. We're voting on House Resolution 63. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 69, 26 nays.
Having received the Constitution 63 is hereby adopted. Without objection, the motion reconsider is tabled. Pursuant to Article 2, Section 12 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, I hereby declare Representative Justin J. Pearson of the 86th Representative District expelled from the House of Representatives of the 103rd General Assembly of the State of Tennessee. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Announcements.
Announcements. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Roll call.
Roll call. Take the roll, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, 89 members present.
Leader Cochran, you're recognized. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until 5 p.m. on Monday, April 10th, 2023.
Without objection, the House stands in recess till 5 p.m. on Monday, April 10th, 2023.